Good morning, everybody. Sorry for being late. Had to go run and handle something real quick, and stream was not really working out, so we had to do a bit of fixing behind the scenes. But good morning, happy Sunday. Thanks to everyone for being here. I'm seeing, let's see, I've got Martin in the chat. We've got Havoc and Boothy's here. Who else? We got Mike, Triple J, A from Sydney. That's awesome. We got some international viewers going on. What else do we have? We've got Alexis, and I'm seeing Sharon P. Good morning. Captain Kern is here. Good morning. Low Sync. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. All right, so it sounds like the antithesis is kind of interesting. People want to see it, want to talk about it. So do I. Real quick, little bit of a shorter stream just because things and stuff. So roughly 2 hours today. Most of it's going to be talking about the machine, answering your questions, trying to get it to work. Stayed up a little later than I should have last night, trying to get everything done, all the wiring done. And we'll see where we go from there. Have not really been able to print anything. I did a little bit of setup on like PID tune, and I tried to buzz some steppers, and that's where we hit our first snag. So that's where we're going to start today, is figuring out why the printer is being finicky. And it's probably due to wiring or a crimp or something like that, but we'll check it out and we'll see what we find. Cool, let's get into it. Let me show you where we are. There's the printer. You can see it now has a tool head installed. We've got an LGX full size on here, and I have the LDO Nighthawk 36 connected as well. Down inside there, underneath the tool board, is the BD sensor that we were talking about last time. I'll show you guys an example. This thing here. So if you have not seen this, it sort of works like a BL Touch merged with an Eddy probe. So it uses the same connector as a BL Touch, and then it has this very small thing here that is your Eddy probe. So this just senses the bed there, and then your BL Touch cable can connect into this port. So if you're going from a BL Touch to this, it really is sort of plug and play. I spent a lot of time yesterday figuring this out, so take a tip from me. The probe ports on your Nighthawk 36 do not accept something like this or a BL Touch. There's no GPIO probe servo port on here that can accept it, so I had to run this secondary cable here back down to the main board and connect to the probe port on the main board. It took me about 4 hours to figure that out yesterday. But we got it. So the probe is sensing, it is doing the things and stuff, and also the steel sheet is able to be found by that. So if I look down inside here, when this sort of touches the bed and gets a little close, I can see a white light illuminate down inside there. $5 better off though. Yeah, you're not wrong. Definitely not. So Boothy and I, a little bit of behind the scenes, Boothy and I had a bet that my use of a CB1 was going to create issues. Well, I proved him wrong, and the CB1 wasn't the issue. It was literally the Nighthawk 36 connection is not sufficient to use with the BD sensor. So running that extra cable back and then flashing the firmware again, both on the Nighthawk and the Manta M5P, fixed the issue. You just have to run the steps in a certain order for it to work, and I did not do that. Raj D, good morning. Thanks for being here. I just saw that you popped in, man. Okay, so let me show you what we're what we're seeing with what's going on with this machine. I'll take you over to, actually, I'll keep you where you are. That way you can see what's going on. And I will stepper buzz over here. Let me just copy this command, and I'll put this in. I'll show you guys here in a second. So I'm buzzing stepper X. One thing I don't know, because there's not a lot of documentation on firmware setup, and there's not an example config per se listed anywhere. I don't know which of the motors is X and which one is Y. So I just connected them in sequence. So motor 1 is X, motor 2 is Y, motor 3 is Z. Z is working just fine. This front motor is working just fine. So when I buzz it, it turns at the rate it's supposed to. We need to keep an eye on this one back here. So this guy here, so sorry, I did the wrong one. So this is X because I swapped the connections. It's moving like it should. It's doing a little bit of shuffle like this at an expected rate, and it makes sense. This one back here, I guess, is now stepper Y since I've swapped the connections. Watch this one. I don't know if you can see that, but it's very quick. It's like boom, 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 boom. And it shouldn't be doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. I don't know why. What's up, Happy? Good morning. Other than Toolhead, I think I have enough spare parts to build that. Captain Kern, a lot of us probably have enough parts to build this. And you don't need, let me be clear, you don't need the LGX to do this. There is an example extruder mod. So this one with the ears here is a replaceable mount. So if you open up the CAD, you'll see that there's an Orbiter 2 mount in here. And the Orbiter 2 is the CAD example. I chose to go with the LGX. However, you can modify this bracket to fit almost any extruder that you want. And that's a simple as putting 2 holes in for a Sherpa if you're using that. So Orbiter and Sherpa footprint will cover most extruders. LGX is the only one that uses something different, mounts through the side, and if you're using the light version, it'll mount through the bottom. And so you'll need to create something for that. I'm working on it. I'll get there eventually. I had this one spare from my old Trident, and so I wanted to use it on this because weight doesn't matter for the tool head. So you can load up the most god-awful extruder, you know, it can weigh 5 pounds and it would work just fine. There's already a bamboo hot-in mod out there, Captain Kern, so you can do that. Double T's talking about modifying for a nebula. That's awesome. That's the next new hotness on the list. I forgot about that one. Sherpa mini mount does not exist, so you would only need to make that, Captain Kern. If you give me, you know, a week or so, I'll probably have one on my my fork of the GitHub to where it'll take a Sherpa mini, probably even a Sherpa micro, and then it sounds like Double T has the nebula done. Boothy's asking if it's the rotation distance. I don't think so. So I'll show you what I see here. So I'm in fluid, and if I come over to my config, it's pretty straightforward. With only 3 steppers on here. This is the first machine I built with only 3 steppers in like 3 years. Let's see, rotation distance is 40 on X, it's 40 on Y, so they're the same. I don't think it's rotation distance. Eat the Dead is asking M4 with a 52mm stepper as direct drive. Yes, please. Yeah, so it's a very powerful little extruder. Again, this is meant to be a test rig, which is why things are modular. These fan brackets are modular. If I wanted to do a 50-20 or you know, a different sort of fan because I wanted to test the ability of those, I could do that just by swapping out these 2 fan brackets. Same for the extruder. Keeping the Nighthawk, it's simply just adding a new cable and then modifying one bracket here, and if that bolts on there, you're good to go. Do Flunky 4-inch build plate. It's a 120 by a 130. Sorry, 110 by. Instead of just guessing, I'll show you here. It's a 10 by 13 centimeter bed. So 100 by 130. Does that come out to 4 inches? I think it's a little bigger. It's about just over 5 inches in the x-axis. You can see that on screen there. And then in the y-axis, you're looking at about 4. So 4 by 5. Did I have those vertical support CNC cut, or did they come with the kit? There's not a kit, Captain Kern. It's a you reach out to the dev, and they can cut them for you, or you can go through SynCutSend. And then you have to just order all the stuff that way. The dev and I were working together, and so he offered to cut mine. I don't know if that's going to be a thing for everybody. That's probably a huge task for that guy to cut a bunch of kits and parts and stuff. So SynCutSend is going to be your best friend. Yeah. There's also on the Z-axis. This one is a little different. This one is thicker. So this one is, I think, 8 millimeters. This top bracket. Actually, it's 10 millimeters. So this top bracket's 10 millimeters. That's going to be a little difficult to do on your own. I would either use the printed version of this, which is in the CAD, or SynCutSend may be able to do it for you. I'm not sure, but even if you did, there are 3 pins that go to the top of this that press fit down into the extrusion to hold it tight. So that alone is preventative for some folks. I would go with the printed version and see how you fare. These brackets here and the ones on the bed, those can all be SynCutSend. Those are only 3 millimeter aluminum. Are they 1.8 steppers? The buzz seems really fast. Yeah, the buzz is really fast. I don't know why. They are 1.8 millimeter steppers. I'm not sure why they're buzzing the way that they are. Just to verify, though, let's try to hold that in place. Let's see. Yeah, 1.8 NEMA 17, 2504 Speedy Powers. They're both the same motor. They're the same motor. They just, I don't know. It's not wanting to work. I'm thinking that my next build is a CNC to cut aluminum for things like that. 3 mil isn't hard. Yeah, I agree with you. If you have a CNC at home, you could absolutely cut your own plates. All the DXFs are out there. Just use some quality product and you'd be fine. The 10 millimeter though, that's a challenge even for a home hobbyist. Unless you have some serious equipment, that one's going to be tough. But you could try it, man. Yeah, so I mean, I went through and I checked all the pins and things like that to make sure I wasn't gonna end up with issues, and I still did. This is not. You could do 2 5 millimeter plates. You absolutely could. That may work. Or 3 3 millimeter plates, and just be 1 mil off. I don't know that the thickness of it matters. Just to keep the Z-axis rigid and the ability to deal with a lot of noise. Could stall guard be messing with the buzz? I don't think so. I don't think so. Stepper buzz should work regardless of stall guard. You guys are seeing the same, yeah. Let's get you we can get you closer. let's move here and we'll come in tight. That way it's, for those that didn't see this, maybe you have an idea. All right. So if I do stepper buzz on this guy, can you see that? It's just moving like 2 quick hits, which is not normal. Really want to order a share of DMC2 Mini, but feel like you need to ask permission. Hey, just do it during working hours. You'll be fine. And hey, good morning, Yuri. So yeah, I don't really know. I thought it may be a crimp or something like that. I have not swapped cables fully yet, but I did swap motor positions on the board, and the problem followed the swap. So I'm not sure. Or did it follow the swap? I don't remember. I don't remember. So let's do it now. We'll power this off. It doesn't look like, yeah, it doesn't. Direction didn't matter. I was playing with direction last night. Double T, it didn't matter. It was still doing the same thing. So I will do, so I did a motor swap, like actual cable swap ports yesterday, and that did not, I don't remember it changing anything for me. I gotta be careful to hold this Z axis throughout the time, because it does have a tendency to flex and fall off with the wobble X on there. So that's something I'm thinking about too, is if the wobble X is necessary, because it's more of a pain than it is a benefit right now. And with everything being so tight, I can't even get my fingers in here to pull this out. I'll use this pick to grab the edge of the, try not to put any pressure on the wiring. There we go. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with the stepper. I reseated the driver yesterday. It does have the correct SPI jumpers on. And it has the sensorless homing jumper on as well. The Voron CNC doesn't launch in 25. You'll probably order the DMC Mini too. I am interested in CNC. I don't know that I have the room for a CNC, nor do I want to learn another skill set. I really like the idea of a CNC, so I would encourage someone else nearby to get one, and then allow me to use it when I need to. That makes a better idea for me. Hey Mike V, hey Projects in Dad's Garage. Good morning. Thanks for coming to check in. Make sure we're liking and subbing. Oh, check this out. So since we showed this on stream, gained like 45 subs just off of the stream we did last week, and a couple of shorts on it. So that's been pretty awesome to see the channel grow so quickly over something like this. So that tells me that there's an interest in unique, smaller 3D printers. And I'm glad that it was this one, because I'm really jazzed about it. I'm surprised it doesn't have more of a showing online. Want to be able to manufacture your own parts after you test them in plastic. That's a great idea. I just want to do the same thing, but don't have the time or space for CNC. You double Voron Cascade will launch in 25, 26 if we're lucky by December. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is with that one. I'm not on the inside of the goings on of the Voron team or Cascade, but when it does drop, and I'm sure it will eventually, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm just checking my crimps right now to see if maybe I crimped one incorrectly or something, but Oh, you doubt it? Yeah. Everything looks fine. This is the stock side of the crimp here. No damage, no changes. This is the one that I did on this end, and I'm not seeing anything clearly either. So I really don't know. I think what I'll probably do is pull the stepper out, put it into the open port that we have down here, connect this motor to this port, change the config really quickly because maybe it's just this port, something going on. Don't really know. This is my X motor here. Put that in place. Because it's weird that, you know, just this one would not work. Like in the future, to build a small printer, might consider this guy. Small printers, you would think would cost less. They kind of don't. So, I mean, it like frame-wise and hardware-wise, that's where you're saving your cost. This main board costs the same as an M8P. Motors are the same cost no matter what you do. Generally, you're going to have fewer of them because I only need 3 motors, so that saves some cost. But it's kind of offset with the fact that you need these custom plates and custom PCB and custom build surface. So you save in some areas, but it gets recouped in others, and so it's not as affordable as you would think it is. Although, I mean, if you have a lot of stuff on hand, you could build this thing for $300. Like for me, I had this main board I already had. I had a lot of the hardware. I ordered a set of fans and some. Come on. Trying to get all the pins aligned. They just don't want to. Yeah, I ordered a set of pins, or sorry, a set of fans, and I ordered the plates, the extrusions, and I think everything else, or the Z motor. I didn't have a short Z motor. This is a 150 integrated lead screw Z motor. So I got that, the custom plate stuff, the frame, and everything else I had on hand, and some fans. I had to get some 5015 quality 5015 fans. Everything else I had. So if you need to get a hot end and all that other stuff, you're probably gonna be into it for a little more. It just depends on what you have laying around. Never came up during your research? Some good troubleshooting procedure. I'm trying. So with extra ports, you can do that. The problem is this lower port is for extruders, and so there's no sensorless homing on this one. Which means that for that particular stepper, you're not going to be able to use it. Well, maybe you are. It just looks like maybe they moved it next to a different area down here, so maybe you can still use that if you need to. I mean, it very well may be the stepper driver too. I don't exactly know, but we're gonna swap ports down here. I need to move the jumper down, and then we'll plug it back in. We'll try it and see what happens. So it's already got the jumper for the 2209 SPI. This is the jumper you need for sensorless homing. Just move that to where it needs to be. And so now we have sensorless here. Y motor is on motor 2. Oh, so you know what I just realized? These Z motors seem to be on the same port. Because I'm seeing motor 3 alpha, motor 3 bravo. So 1, 2, 3, 3, and 4. So I wonder if I need to be, and then there's a motor 5. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So there's provisions for 2 Z motors. I need to make sure that I skip that port and plug in down low. All right, I'm understanding now. The M5P is a little different. Okay. So this goes in here, motor port 4. And then I'm gonna leave this free. We'll do some tidying up of cables later. But this is gonna go here. And so if we get the same thing on this other motor port, we've got 2 options. We either swap the driver and try that quickly, or it's a bad cable. So I need to make some config changes as well once we get this fired up. Okay, so that should be good. Hold the Z motor so that doesn't fall all over the place. Found do underbuild dual Z and you had things all wired weird. Yeah, definitely gotta pay attention. Read the markings on the board. I was looking at that. I was like, man, there's so many motor ports, but only so many drivers. But it clicked. I don't usually use dual Z on anything, and I'm kind of glad that's not a thing anymore. But well, I say anymore, but like on the newer boards, like a Manta MAP and stuff, it's not it doesn't break it out that way. You just get 8 motor sockets, and if you have a dual Z, you put it in the other motor socket. Okay, so that is that. Let's test that motor again here in a sec. We need to do some configs. Okay, so I need to swap around my config. CB1 takes a little bit to boot, upwards of like a minute before it connects. So keep that in mind. It's not broken, it just a little slow. Come on, baby. I guess in the meantime, I'll open the manual for there we go. Come on, you can do it. Open the manual for the M5P. Because that config is going to matter. There she goes. So I heard fans just come on. Wow, we got 26 people here. That's awesome. Thanks, everyone. MCU shut down. Okay. That normally happens. The Pi will boot faster than the MCU can connect. I'm not sure what this unhandled exception thing is, but that happens from time to time. My machine's also a little bit louder than you would normally get. I added a secondary fan onto the Pi to keep things cooler. I felt that the heatsink was getting a little warm even by itself. And so I added that fan onto the CV1. And I can definitely hear that on max blast. Why are we not connecting now? We didn't change anything. How about we come in here and restart clip. That's funny. I love that it doesn't tell me why it shut down though. And everything I'm seeing looks fine. We didn't change anything as far as that wiring goes. But we're able to get in here and flip the config around. So let's do some of that. I know that stepper Z is on motor 2. This is here. So on, I guess it's on X. And I can't buzz steppers because I don't know. Is that what we put in here? Motor X? It's like motor Y. We'll do motor Y then. What I'm going to do is just sort of comment all this. So quick way to do it, control and /. We'll have you do that, and then you'll do the same here on your drivers. And then if we go over to the Big Tree Tech M5P kit, we should be able to come in here and look at an example config. Close this off, and we go with motor 4. Motor 4 should be that one there. We want a 2209. I just copy those 3. Alright, and then we come back in here and I can do paste those in. We'll uncomment that one again using the same control /. We'll get you the either comment or uncomment like that. Run current's gonna be fine. We'll leave it where it's at, but we'll use those 2. And then for up top for our motor, we can use these extruder pins. That. Now I don't know if the direction pin needs to stay the way that it is, stay inverted. We'll figure that out. It is difficult because you don't know what is supposed to be X or supposed to be Y. So once we get that in there, it should be able to save and restart. Oh, I also need to call it. I need to call it stepper X or stepper Y, and I think it is. So it should be fine. Y there should be fine. Cybertech, good morning. I'm not sure why it's not connecting now all of a sudden. Let's reboot. Hold on, let me save this. Yeah, Cybertech, we're trying to get the thing to right now connect, but then also the stepper buzz was weird. The forward motor here would buzz like normal. The aft motor was doing two quick chirps. It wasn't buzzing like it normally would. So we pulled off the motor from one motor port, put it into the other, and all I did was swap the motor cable to a different port, and now she won't connect. So it's really weird. I don't understand. Martin is #1 in the chat. Look at that. I think I'm gonna just reboot this thing because I don't know why it's doing that. And we are running Calico on this thing, and that's because if I look at this ADXL installed here on the frame of the bed, so this is my XY, right? And that's normally what we measure for input shaping. And so because the XY is on the bed, I installed that ADXL onto the bed as well. The cool thing about Calico instead of mainline clipper is that I can deem this a non-critical MCU. And when you do that, you can take the cable off and not throw errors in clipper. That alone is worth it to me, because then I would have to otherwise power down. I'm sorry, I would have to comment out, firmware restart, disconnect, and then I could use my printer. But if I ever wanted to measure resonance again, I would have to uncomment, plug everything in, restart, and then I could have it. And that just gets tedious. I would rather just be able to unplug it and not have to comment or uncomment anything. And so that's one of the benefits of Calico as well. Not available for CAN bus tool heads, but I could actually apply that up here to the Nighthawk as well. So if I wanted the Nighthawk, because it is a USB connected device, if I wanted the Nighthawk to be a non-critical MCU, I could deem it that way. Only issue is that anything attached to it would also not work. So if you had a thermistor or something like that connected here, Clipper may throw a separate error telling you that the ADC temperature is out of range. Cool thing about Calico though is you can put a setting in there that says it doesn't matter, ignore that for testing. Never be too early for a KP stream. Restart it after your first message, that would do it. Oh, I didn't restart. I have no control over who the top fans are. I can just see the list. It looks like Booty's #3. Who is this person? Martin is #1, and then looks like Havoc is #2. Hey, Keela, good morning. We're so close to having this thing good to go. Getting this weird issue here, though, that did not exist before. And I'm not sure why that is. But the non-critical stuff is sorted down here. Ignore temp limits. So we can, now that we have things working, I can make that false. Havoc was definitely first in the chat. I think so. If you scroll back far enough, I think Havoc was first. I mean, the first one on my list that I'm seeing was you, Boothie. You were #1, and Havoc was #2 as far as comments go. Back then, he was #1 as the fan. He was the #1 fan, and then still is. So he is increased, jumps up and down. Yeah, I don't really know why this thing's not connecting all of a sudden. That's surprising. You join when you put the stream up and kept the window. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. It changes to the stream as to who keeps chatting the most and says, yeah, I agree with you. And I didn't even know that I had that until last week. So I didn't get it right away. So what do you guys think? What should we look at first as to why this is not connecting? I don't have any ideas. We didn't change anything with the MCU. Just shut down for some reason. and it's still doing it. I don't know what's going on with that. We had a similar problem on the SKR board. It ended up being the driver. Power cycle the whole thing. I can do that. We'll power cycle, and then we'll check that driver, because the driver may have been the reason for the motor doing the buzz the way that it was doing it. Turned it off. We'll turn it back on and see if that works. We did this a minute ago, right? So we turned it off to be able to swap these motors around, and what we did was essentially just take the motor driver from here at motor 1, put it down into motor 4, and then swap as well that motor wire, and powered back on, and then it just wouldn't connect. So I wonder if it is a bad driver. It could be this guy. I mean, these are brand new drivers. I opened them up during the build, but I have more. I just need to find them. You like good cheap printers? Hey, Midnight Wolf. Yeah, it's good and cheap if you have a lot of the parts on hand. So I had this Nighthawk, had this main board. I've got the motors. The feet had a lot of the hardware. And toolhead stuff I had, except for the fans. I had the belts, I had the pulleys. I needed rails, laser cut plates, extrusions for the frame, and a Z motor, and some fans. That's really all I purchased, and mine was roughly $300 for that. I think if you had to buy everything and you had no spares, oh man, maybe 500, I guess. Just a guess. It's gonna depend on you. And I just heard one of those stupid balls drop off on the Z-axis. I think the first change I'm going to do is go away from this Wobble X. Just being honest with the folks out there, this Wobble X, if you move the printer around like I just did, it drops the ball bearings that you need. Yeah, so I think it's still not connecting Cybertech. The fans just came on full blast. It says Clippy not connecting. Blue, yeah. Blue stitch. What's a blue stitch? Been working prints and getting your new printer going. Havoc, what's the new printer? Make sure I didn't misalign any pins or anything. I mean, I'm not seeing it. Not seeing anything misaligned. Okay, well, I guess we'll try swapping some drivers here. Check if dev serial by ID is available. It was available yesterday. I just powered off, so I'm gonna swap drivers and then we can check that double T. So that's that one. I've got more down here in the case. So we've got extra stuff. Got more drivers right in here. So these are the same 2209s. I just ordered a 6-pack of them. And these are the leftover ones from that build. And then I have these other ones that are 2225s. But to keep things the same, let's use one of these. Oh, these containers. If you guys don't have any of these containers, I got these at the Walmart. They come in a 2-pack, and I want to say they're like $13, $15, somewhere around there. That was, you know, a year ago when I bought them last, so maybe not true for you today, but they're roughly still affordable, I think. That's what I use. I like these, and then they lock together with these tabs here, so as you stack them on top of one another, you can move these side pieces like that, and not only will it lock into the one below it or above it, it also locks the top of this container as well, so you can just move it as one big monolith. I've got one that has a bunch of hardware and peanuts in it, and that one is heavy. So I don't move it around with the monolith, but things like this, like little electronic pieces or whatever, these things work great for that. All right, new heatsink on a new driver. I didn't throw the other one away yet. If it proves to be bad, I will, just to not have things get mixed up. But for now, hold on to it to the side. Okay. So just verifying, like, the SPI is where it should be for a 2209. It's just a single jumper there. It does have the sensorless homing on. The voltage is set to normal 24. It is not high voltage or anything like that. It doesn't matter. I don't have the high voltage line connected anyway. But just to eliminate any kind of craziness, figured I would say that out loud. All right, so that driver is in. It is fully seated. Fully seated. Let's turn her on and see what happens. Your metric computer screw kit came in a kit box like that. Yeah, I love it. The when I built the Seabor Trident, it came with a small plastic case like that. You're printing Girari drawers. Okay. I've seen those Girari drawers. I don't have a lot of extra desk space. I probably should print one, though. I probably should. I've got like little bits and pieces sitting around on the desktop in different trays. Luckily, they're stackable trays, but that Girari thing would be cool. The only thing I don't like about a case or a tray, or sorry, a case or a box or some kind of drawer, is that once it goes in there and you close it, it goes out of sight, which means you forget about it, which means you forget about it for a long time. And then you end up collecting stuff, and it's hard to know what you have. I'm trying to get away from that more and more and consolidate things to common areas. Hence the lock boxes that I was just showing you guys. If I keep all of my electronic stuff in the same location, I go to one location to find it. That's what I've been working on a lot behind the scenes, is just trying to organize much better than I am. I still have back there a big plastic bin full of main boards and hardware and stuff like that. We'll see. Okay. So in Chrome, looks like we're getting the same issue. MCU is not connecting, so we'll try what Double T suggested. It's a daily struggle. It definitely is a daily struggle. All right, let me get you on the right page here as we connect to the thing. All right. I'm going to turn off this. And we'll keep the SSH up. Turn this off. Okay. So we're in here, and then Double T is suggesting we do the ls dev/serial by ID, and I spelled that wrong. Okay, so there's that. I think we have to go to Clipper first, and then we have two of them in here for some reason. There we go. So I'm seeing both boards right now. So there is the toolhead board, and this one is the main board. So they are being picked up. They're both running on USB. None of that crazy CAN bus bridge stuff. So much crap. You always end up rebuying the same crap. Same happy. That's why I have so many main boards. Do I need... so I have, you know, what, 23, 24 printers over here. Each one has a main board in it. And then I still have, you know, maybe 10 extra main boards for printers that may never exist. Horizontal surface disease. Harbor Freight version of the pack out is nice. Yeah. Yeah. If you have a Harbor Freight near you, I would probably go that way. Where I was, they didn't have anything as affordable. The Walmart version was a little more affordable for me. I got all that stuff when I was living in Oklahoma. I haven't bought any since I've been here because, again, I don't want to collect more things. Trying to downsize, trying to get rid of stuff. Actually, that reminds me, I need to list some printers for sale this weekend. So if you're local, somewhere in the LA area, looking for a 3D printer, keep your eyes open. You have real OCD. Yeah. That's why you kit your tools and the parts that go with them. That's a good idea. Keep the JST terminals with the crimper. Keep the forks with the crimper. Yeah. Yeah, if you have a... So I know on Amazon they sell a case that looks like one of those pack outs. It has a bunch of different connections in it and then a place to store those tools. It actually comes with the tool. I considered getting one of those, but I need to get through some of the stock that I have before I do something like that. So right now I just have one of these, and I keep my tool in a Gridfinity system. You have to redo your entire electronics for the Merc. Oh my goodness. So new main board, tool head, eddy probe, clipper. Wow. Why do you have to redo everything? Did you blow it up? Blame that sale that made them cheap. Yeah, it used to be cheap. Keep those kits in the same area. Mike, I do. Yeah, so all of my... I can't show you, I don't have a camera on it, but just below me here on the desk is all of my electronic stuff. So crimpers and connections, heat shrink, zip ties, that kind of stuff. The drawer to the right of it is hardware. And then to my left, the one that the printer is sitting on, this is where I have my top drawer is all tools like screwdrivers and hex drivers and stuff. And then I've got fans below that, motors below that, belts, pulleys, bearings, that kind of stuff. Down one more. And then in the very bottom are bigger items like extra main boards, integrated lead screws, extrusions, that kind of stuff. Did you know your pin on Tinker Atlas shows you in Colorado? I did not know that. That's weird, because I set it up yesterday and I put it not in Colorado. I'll have to go back and change that. I don't know why I did that. Hey, Logotherapy, 33 watching, 14 likes. We got to get it up to 50%, folks. We need at least 4 more likes. You do it with Gridfinity rugged boxes and extra bins. It's a good idea. That's the cool thing. Like, the system should work for you. If you have a system that does not work for you, you can't find your stuff, you're just disorganized or whatever, then it's not useful. So maybe it's Gridfinity, maybe it's rugged storage system, maybe it's pack out boxes, whatever it is, find a system, use it, and stick. And I'm saying that looking into this camera. This camera is actually sitting on top of an extruder box. So I have an extruder with hot ends sitting up here and a bunch of other stuff on this shelf at my eye level. I'm a work in progress. 100% work in progress. Okay. All right, so it's finding the main board, but for whatever reason, it still doesn't like to connect. We can try to restart here. I don't really know why it's not connecting. Things are directly... So the CB1 is connected directly to the M5P. There should be no reason that those two don't talk. You do it with Gridfinity. So I'm just going back through the chat. in the meantime here, trying to make sure I don't miss anybody. Oh, Havoc says he let the magic smoke out on both boards. Ouch. Both boards. That's expensive. Time to look at the log. Captain Kern, if we download this log, you're gonna have to help me interpret it because I don't even know what I'm looking at. Like I hear that a lot. Everybody wants your Clippy log to help you troubleshooting things. I'll attach it. I have no idea even what it says. But let me set it up and we'll take a look together and see what we see. 1 second here. Yeah, I don't know that I have a tab for it. 1 second. There we go. So this is what it looks like right now. Let me move this down and turn off that. Okay, so this is the log. And if you could help me go through it, let's see what we can find. Okay, so this all looks normal. It's just giving me the config file. And nothing in there. Scroll to the bottom. Got it. Going to the bottom. There we go. So it's seeing the Nighthawk. It's seeing the things. It's saying got. How far at the bottom am I going here? Working on an indie today. Better not end up at Micro Center again. I thought about going yesterday. I'm kind of glad I didn't for a bunch of reasons. All right, let's see. Traceback error. In connect CV. MCU pi in connect and self get. Stop. You refer to one of Lego Peep. Okay. Has a small rig and needs some help. She may reach out soon. Kui Kim Bricks. Yeah. Tell her to hit me up either on Discord or one of the socials. I'll try to help out however I can. Too much time at Micro Center. Same. Every time I go, I need to plan out like 2 hours to just walk around, touch things, ask questions, see what's new. Micro Center takes a lot. Not update MCU as the config is shut down. Yeah, these two errors right here, I don't know why that's a problem. I don't know how to fix that. It just... That's what I mean when I say... I don't know how to read this log because I don't understand what I'm supposed to do to correct these issues. I'm gonna get X-Files logo kit. Helping people for an hour happens every time. Yeah, here I am with you. $700 from yesterday. What did you get? Is that all the new electronics for the printer that you were just talking about? 700 is quite a lot. You have an error in the config somewhere, like an extra space. How do you know that? How do you know that? Can you teach me? Like, how do you know there's an error in the config? All right, let's go into the config and see if we can find it. Usually that's what I do is go in to see what changed or whatever. I know that we just made a change to stepper Y, so I'm gonna go back to the last place I was. I'm not seeing anything here. We put these new lines in to replace these lines up top. They seem fine. And down below, same thing here. We just changed the 2 pins. We didn't change anything else. Oh, you bought an Anycubic Cobra S1 and a couple rolls of filament. So self-send get config is reporting no actual error. So generally in Linux, that means it's an error in formatting. Okay. Yeah, I don't know Linux, so maybe I don't know how to decode the matrix. Extra space. I mean, we can try some of these kinds of things to look for extra spaces. Not seeing any. Let's see, just to make sure it's not the config changes that caused it, just roll back the changes you made and restart. It's not a terrible idea. Let's do this. And then put these back. There's not a drive. Maybe it's because I pulled that driver out and it's looking for the driver, but that doesn't make any sense. So I change those two. I change these two here. Okay, so we'll do that. Save and restart. You call them Matrix 2. Every time you find killer open box deals that end up being $2,000 months later. Yeah, that's the cool thing about going to an actual store, is that a lot of times stuff that they have on sale you can only get in store. Only some of the things will they ship to you. For me, that store happens to be about 2.5 hours away, and it's just so much traffic every time I go down to LA that it just makes me hate going there at all. We're gonna get your first print with the Cobra, and it was an 18-hour multicolor job. Good luck, expert coder, if you could get him up. I appreciate it, Kilo. Yeah, so I just undid the changes, and we're still getting the same thing, so I don't understand why. What I can do is just reinstall that driver. Man, this is just so weird. IA pin PD2, UART pin PD8. Top step during enable pins. That's what I had before. Nothing changed over here. Oh wait, we did do a change down here. We made this ignore temp limits false. Let's change that back to true. This again to try and undo all of the things that we did. 3.5 hours for the nearest Lego store. Here we have one right here. We have one like 45 minutes away. They got one at the mall. It's a nice one. It's just always packed. There's always people and kids in there and just craziness going on. 2 micro centers within 30 minutes. Robin, I would be broke. Like, actually broke. Yeah, if I had something 40 minutes away, like in Columbus, that would be awesome. Projects in Dad's Garage. I'm upset though that Robin B has 2 micro centers within 30 minutes, and there are parts of the countries that don't even have 1 micro center. Y'all think a video, not live stream, on a breakdown on this explaining coding? Yes, Hila, that would be fantastic. I would say that if you're going to keep it beginner friendly and basic, there's probably a lot of that already out there. So I don't know that you would tick a box that doesn't exist. If you went a little bit more on the advanced side, I think that's probably where people need help. So when you're running into issues like this, what do I do? How do I troubleshoot something like that? How do I understand what it's telling me? Because this just says cannot update MCU because it's shut down. Cool, how do I fix it? Clipper doesn't tell me what to do in that case to fix it. But that would be great. Hour and 20, that's not terrible. so lost it took you about 3 weeks to get your initial config done. Yeah. Yep. You need all the Clipper help. Not up on it at all. That's the crazy thing. I'm up on the Clipper side of it. I can solve most issues with enough perseverance. Jeremy is great at this stuff. You'll motivate him. Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people, I'm seeing in the chat right now, like a lot of people seem like they would want to do a retry, reboot, retreat. Yeah, pretty much, Steven. There are several printers over here where I run into something like this. I'm like, ah, fuck it. I flip the table, walk away, and never come back. Like, it just, I move on to the next thing because I'm just so frustrated. And then with time, you don't have enough time to get back to the original one. And it becomes a slippery slope. Feel like you're listening to The Matrix. Yeah. So Lego therapy, what's going on is this is a coding problem on the computer side of things. There's something going on in this file here we call printer config. This just identifies a lot of parameters about the printer. There's something going on in this file that is preventing the computer from booting. And so that's the error we're getting. It's about as basic as I can break it down. Threw your ender across the room, bought an A1. Issues like this make A1 look great. Or ready-to-go printers look great. Yeah, I don't see... I'm gonna change this down because this fan is driving me nuts. Change it down to like, yeah, that's fine. A bit like wonky bricks. Oh, you know Linux, Captain Kern, but Clipper gives you trouble. That's crazy because I'm the exact opposite. I don't know Linux at all. Like if I'm in command line or SSH if I'm in a terminal trying to do stuff with Linux, I have no idea. The language is so different that I have no idea what I'm doing. If there's not a guide out there that walks me through the commands that I need to put in, I can't deduce it on my own. Like I can do the make stuff, like the basic stuff, connect to the board. I can make the firmware. I can flash it to the board. But outside of that, no clue. Never really had any issues with your V2, but you will say enjoy using it more once you got Clipper on it. Honestly, just as good as your A1. Yeah, the enders have really come up and become more polished over time. My original Ender 3 that's still over there, we're gonna do a project with that eventually. But that printer was good-ish for the time. I spent a lot of time working on it and tuning it though. And eventually put Clipper on it, but it didn't. It doesn't hold a candle to the stuff that's out right now that you can just buy off the shelf and it just works, or almost nearly just works. 30 years of Linux programming and coding. Wow. When this happens, you remove all in stops and drivers from the board and power up. If it works, plug each component back in until you. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going. I think we're gonna have to because I reverted back to the changes or back to the steps before we made changes. We're getting the same issue. I don't really know why, so I am gonna just pull all the stuff out and see what happens. I've been super lucky. Never had a damaged brick. The worst you've experienced is a damaged box. I mean, it depends on your hobby, man. It depends on the hobby. Don't you get that trash heap ender? No, Mike, we're going to use it for a project. I am actively working on something in the background specifically for the Ender 3. It is not an Ender 3 NG, if that's what you're thinking. It's also not a Duender. It is similar in the sense that you use a lot of the same components to build something else, but it is not one of those more popular projects. The goal of this channel is to do the unpopular, to do the things that you guys don't see everywhere else. I am an eclectic kind of person. which is why my collection is varied. I don't have two of the same anything over there, and I just like technology and printer designs in general. So all of my printers are from a different make or a different design language, and this Ender project is going to be more the same. I'm hoping that I can stream it, and I will if I'm allowed. If not, I'm still going to build it, and we'll talk about it after. Can't convince yourself to convert your first printer or your first Ender 3. That's why I can't get rid of mine, Mike, is because I have that sentimental value with it. I can definitely mod it into something else, though. I don't mind that because the bones of it are still the same. Ender LH Stingers. I have an LH Stinger, so I didn't feel the need to convert my my actual Ender after that. Be all down to the CV1. You know, it might very well be that. It might be that. Hey, good morning, 3D Medic Vince. Haven't seen you in a while. How are things in the medic world? Okay, all three drivers are pulled out. We've got 2 motors connected. That should not matter. I really wonder if it's this cable. Because originally it was connected up top here. Put that back in place. Maybe that's why we changed it. We reverted the changes, but didn't move the stepper back. And so maybe that could have been part of the error. I don't know. So drivers are out. Let's power on. It's probably going to give me some driver warnings in Clipper here. So I'm fully prepared for that. It's going to tell me like a DRV status problem. We'll see. Right. Happy you can do an LH Stinger though. I need to refresh mine, so maybe we take a look at it. And that's next week. I'm still trying to figure out next week. So that's the kind of question. That's what I want to hear right now. Like, should we take a look at the LH Stinger and getting that back online? I do need to make a few changes to it. I would love to redo some of the wiring and get it working again. I got damaged a little bit in the move. Some of the parts broke, and because I changed Wi-Fi's, it broke itself. So we'll see. So LH Stinger's on the thing. We could take a final look at this, hopefully get it printing. We can revisit Inertia Cube that's sitting right behind us here. I need to get that working. I have not had time to really get on it. I can only really look at one project at a time during the week. And so if there are multiple things going on, I don't have the bandwidth to get into it. Captain Kern destroyed 2 Ender 3s to make a Duender. And you're going to destroy one more soon. And 2 Endermax Neos are going Core XY as well. Jeez. Why not just make a Core XY? I guess you just like the conversion aspect of it then. You need an Ender 3 now? Yeah, so it's still not connecting. Even though we took all the drivers out. I wonder why. In relation, you listened to a Lego podcast the other day and learned about that. When Lego wants to introduce a new part, they usually 3D print. Yeah, because 3D printing is cheap and easy and fast. And so why invest in, you know, a few $1 million of tooling to mass produce products if you don't even know that they're going to work? So 3D printing something to test, and then going from there into the injection molding space is the logical next step. Step right up to, oh no, it's my Ender 3 boneyard. How many Ender 3s do you have, Mike? Need to stop all your other hobbies and finish the Lego Johnny 5? Yeah, Midnight Wolf, we need to see that. I want to see the Johnny Lego 5. Or sorry, the Lego Johnny 5. Shouldn't get driver error until you energize or try to use it. Yes, Steven. Still can't fix the MCU issue here though. I don't know why that's happening. Config file. How's the... Wait. revalidate jumpers. Be more specific when you say revalidate jumpers. I need to put the sensorless homing jumper on motor 1, but everything else has a 2209 setup. So the jumpers are in the right place. Hey, PD3D, good morning. This is another case of the printer worked 10 minutes ago. We turned it off, turned it back on, and now it doesn't work. Confirm jumper positions. They're in the right spot. We'll go over to the firmware stuff here and take a look. So looking at the user manual. Go to the bottom. More. You have 4 to 5 that aren't in build or use. I think Captain Kern could use one. You want one for a fizzy project? Ooh. What fizzy project is that? Projects in Dad's Garage. I have not heard of a fizzy project for an Ender 3. But I also don't hear about a lot of things. So. Okay, so getting to driver page. This is what I have. So I've got 2209s. And all the jumpers on all the motors are already in place exactly where they're supposed to be. Right here. No, you have plenty. No, disassemble. Yeah, so Steven, all the jumpers are in the right place. You had to glue a few things. Oh boy, those are fighting words. You can't say that. Busy did an Ender wire. Oh, I got you. Okay. Yeah, there's a few Ender wire projects out there. This is not an Ender wire. Yeah, I'm really at a loss of why this thing is doing. Let me try to reset this real quick. So just press the reset key on the board itself. See if that works. SSH in and verify us. Oh, LS USB. Yeah. Yep, easy. Here, let's go to the window. I guess still have it up. You have an NG on the list. I thought I was going to do an NG, which is why I even held on to my Ender 3. Didn't get to it in the last 2 years. Now there is something different, and I want to do the other one. So CD flipper and then LS USB. She's in there. So that's it right there. Hey, Zombie, good morning. Trying to get the antithesis to work. We turned it off 10 minutes to like swap a motor cable or something, and then it broke itself. Need a frame to throw parts at. Purchase list currently stands about 230 without a new hot end and extruder and MCU. Yeah. I mean, that's the cool thing about the NG project is you can use almost everything. I think you can even use the original main board. You just need to add a Raspberry Pi. You can use the original hot end, the bed, a lot of the same motors. You need to add on some stuff, but the majority of it can be reused. Does it match the config? You want me to do not LS USB, but this one. And this is this here. We can go back to Chrome and I can verify that. I didn't touch it, so it should not have changed. Yeah, it didn't change at all. Even if I save and restart. Need to finish your inertia cube, then you'll look at another printer. That's a good way to be. Don't be like the rest of us that start multiple projects at the same time and then struggle to finish them. There's a guy here in Colorado that has an entire Voron 2 for sale, unfinished, 300 bucks. Captain Kern. I need that guy to ship it to me. Living with the Lee Maries. Did you change your handle? Oh, it sounds like a TV show. It sounds like you should be on the WB. Living with the Lee Maries. Oops, wrong channel. Sign out, sign back in. That is funny though. Could do one project at a time. Yeah, so Kilo, this is where I agree with Jeremy. Like, when you're building a project and you don't have the part you need and you have to order it, but then that order takes longer than the time it takes for you to do your next stream or video or whatever it is, you got to have something to fill that space. And so unless you are pre-planning and then verifying you have literally everything you need before you begin that project, it is nice to have something to fall back to. Maybe something a little smaller like this antithesis right here. I'm still waiting on parts for other projects, so I thought we could do this one in the meantime. It took me literally last week Saturday and yesterday to finish the project, so 2 days to build it, roughly 12 hours, just taking your time and all that kind of stuff. But I had everything for it. So this was supposed to be like, hey, let's turn this on, let's get it printing, let's do a little bit of config setup and go. But then we kind of run into other issues, and so that's what we're dealing with now. Don't even stream, just have a squirrel brain. Yep, Lee Marie in the house. Hey, Jeremy, what do you think about this this Clipper error? I got this MCU config is shut down. So what we did, right? I'll tell you what we did. One of my motors was not buzzing correctly. Like, it was doing 2 quick jitters instead of an actual like stepper buzz, normal, slow, controlled. And so I thought maybe it was a bad cable or a bad driver. We moved that motor cable from one port to another to eliminate that. Didn't really work out, so I made a couple changes in the config for the pins, and we powered back on, and then we got this MCU error, and I don't know why. But that's where we are. I'm in the printer config right now just to double check and make sure. I guess we could just delete this stuff out of here. And that way there's just like nothing that can be the problem. Is that cable still plugged in? Yes. When you say cable, you mean motor cable? It is. I can disconnect it. I mean, it's the same cable that we were using before when things were working and talking as intended. Go back to the previous. Yep. So we've already gone back to previous changes. You should have a saved config from before. Let's see. I mean, maybe I got some config backups in here from last night. And try this. So let me download this one from yesterday. So let's see. A, C, close. And then we'll just copy and paste everything. A, V. All right, so this does not have the heated bed PID in here. So I'm gonna undo, and we'll do here all this and B. That way we have our heated bed stuff. Add that back in there. Space. Should be good to go there. And again, nothing different from what we had. Save and restart. See what happens. Or copy and paste. Yeah, rename it to print and config. Yeah, I didn't want to do all that. My shortcut is copy and paste. Yeah, so we're getting the same thing. So it'll normally do that. It'll say like there's a runtime exception or whatever, and then it'll say MCU cannot connect. Host not connected. Would be trying to connect. Yeah, so same thing. So definitely not a config problem. I really don't know what could be. Pull the Clippy log. Yeah, so we did that as well, Jeremy. Let me take you over there and maybe you can see what that looks like. Let's turn this back. Pretty good. There's the log. This is the error here. It looks like it's something in Clippy, like the MCU somewhere. But we didn't screw with any of that. I don't know why. What's the error? Zombie, yeah. On screen right now. I realize chat's a little bit delayed. I just saw your message. Midnight Wolf, you should go. Kilo woke you up and said, help me. Thanks, Kilo. Thank you. Go back up or scroll down. I mean, I can scroll down. There's nothing after this that is useful. So you get a bunch of this kind of stuff. And that's the end of the file. I'm trying to see if we can see more details on the error. I can go back up. Can you... yeah, I'll drop it to you on Discord if you want. You have like a super secret file that examines this stuff. Yeah, I'll send it to you on Discord. How's that? One second, guys. Bear with us as we try and get started. All right, Jeremy, you should have it in your DM. You don't know much about snakes? Trying to see if we can see more details on the error. Burn it. Yes, I'm not against it, Zombie. Although I really like the power tool green on this, it would be a shame to throw all that away. All right, I don't see anything else. So this was cool. This is the BD sensor stuff. It moves up by 0.1 millimeters and measures as it goes all the way up to 4 millimeters. And then it takes a reading at each point and keeps that. Yeah, Double T, I can send it to you as well. There you go. It's in your DM. He said 1 sec, he's running to... Oh, you guys are so nice. Thank you so much for helping out. I think we'll get there. It may take us some time. I really don't know what the rest of these things mean, so I'm just going to go back to where we were. In the meantime, I think I'm going to shut down and put the drivers in. I don't know why. I feel like I want to do that. You put the lime in the coconut. Stepper showing an error. Yeah, Stepper showing an error, Mike. I think because I saw that too. I think that's because we have no drivers installed. So to get a better Clippy log, I'm going to add these drivers back in. And just double check them too to make sure that there's not burned in any way or there's nothing weird about any of them, because it is very strange that you guys saw it. We powered on and it worked, and then it didn't. I think after this stream, I'm so stressed out, we're gonna go get a whole ass burrito. Like the most giant burrito I can find. And we're gonna eat our feelings today. That sounds like a good plan. Oh no, I got in trouble again. Like somebody's yelling at me on Discord for doing something I did. What did I do? Oops. Sorry, I'm writing back behind the scenes here. Okay, no updates yet. All right. The burrito sounds good. Today is not food day for you. Not food day? So you just don't eat breakfast burrito? Hey, Keela, have you seen like at the McDonald's they have spicy McMuffins now? That's what I'm looking forward to. I told the wife. So wife is gone again this weekend. She's helping her brother in NorCal, helping him move. And so I've been alone since yesterday morning, which is why I had so much time to work on this. And then today as well to stream and stuff. So we'll get there eventually and we'll take another look at this. But in the meantime, I told her, I was like, when you come home, I need you to swing by and bring me a spicy McMuffin. So we'll see if she actually listens to me at all, ever, and bring me one of those back. Yes, Havoc, spicy McMuffins. Look it up. It's true. I think it's just like a spicy sauce or something. I don't know that they put anything in the egg or whatever. Medical stuff makes it hard to eat sometimes. Do like protein shakes and water. Mike, you're not too far off from me. Sometimes it gets so hot out here. I can feel it like right now. It gets so hot out here that you're just not hungry whatsoever. And that's how I am. Double T is telling me behind the scenes, for those that can't see, it looks like a driver problem. Maybe replace all drivers X, Y, and Z. That's crazy because these are the same drivers that we were using before. Like, how would they all of a sudden just not work? That's weird. And then we're saying, what? Yeah, so they're finding errors in the Clippy log behind the scenes for those that can't see. While I love you, I'm not going to show you my Discord. But Double T is saying it looks like a driver problem. I don't know. It's never too hot to eat ice cream. Yeah, but that's not in line with my goals, man. Not in line with my goals. Starving, just can't do the food. Yeah, you need to. So, Mike, you do protein shakes and whatnot. So, what I do when I have protein shakes, that's usually what I eat for breakfast, is a protein shake and an apple, and some peanut butter. The thing that I use is a blend of proteins. One is like your normal standard whey protein, digests pretty quickly, which means that you're going to be hungry faster. The other one is casein or casein protein. That one digests very slowly. It kind of gelatinizes in the stomach and releases slowly over time. So you feel less hungry throughout the day. So that's what I do for breakfast. That gets me roughly 5 hours before I start to get hungry again. Maybe try something like that. Sherbet, lots of sherbet. I hate sherbet. It's too sweet for me. I don't like sweet things. So I don't eat cake and cookies and sherbet or, sodas and things like that. Like, I'm just not a sweets person. Discord links are invalid. I'm sorry about that. Here, let me invite you over to. Let me get you a new invite. Hold on one second, and then we'll pin it in the chat. See, Jeremy just came through with a suggestion as well, so we'll get to that. I'll let you guys know what you see. Post that one in chat there for you all, and we'll pin it. There you go. So hopefully that works for you. If it does not, just shout at me and I'll see what I can. Can I unplug the motors and try a restart just to check? Look into this log debugging. Will do. The reason I say replace all threes, so this is double T now. Replace all threes, see a TMC UART error. We don't know which driver is causing. It could be from Y, but it could also be from XSD. Does sound crazy, but okay. I don't know that I have 3 spare drivers. I will look around and see what we have. But we'll try. We'll pull all of these out. I just realized I had you guys looking at a dead printer the whole time. I apologize for that. That one worked? Good, Cody. Yeah, so on my Discord, we had just launched it like 2 weeks ago. It's not super filled with information and stuff and things, but I do try to post in there several times a week. There's a little bit of chat that goes on in there. Again, it's still growing and small, but I thank you for coming over and checking it out. Did I verify the motor pinouts? I had verified yesterday. We made one change to swap motors from motor 1 to motor 4, and then reverted those changes. So it's not like I got rid of them, zombie. They should have been fine. I will be doing that here in a second, though, when we look at this next thing. I'm seeing something weird in here. There's like a... Oh, never mind. Down in here, I thought there was like a piece of stripped wire or something that I dropped in there. It's the filament that we put inside of the bed cable to keep it rigid. I totally forgot about that. Okay, we need new drivers. Let me find some. I've got some here. What are these? 22. These are 2209s. 1, 2, and 3. So old drivers here. We'll move those out of the way. That will join the other old driver that we took out earlier. And these are other drivers. These are a 1.2. The version I had in there is a 1.3. Physical step. Oh, sorry. Did I verify the motor pinouts? The physical stepper wire pairing. They were working earlier. They seem to be fine. I didn't have an issue with the buzz on one of the motors. I didn't have an issue with the buzz on the Z, but this rear motor was not buzzing correctly. It was moving. It wasn't grinding or like making that audible sound that you would hear if the motor wiring was swapped. So I don't think it was that. It just wasn't buzzing properly. It was doing 2 quick jumps, zombie. Whereas a motor buzz is like 2 slow kind of jumps. They move like 10 millimeters in each direction. The rear motor didn't do that. It was like 2 quick, like 2 millimeter things. We verified rotation distance. That was fine. And so that's what kind of led me to either a driver issue or maybe like a crimp on one of the wiring. But then when powering off to do some of that, it did not work. Okay, so those are all in where they should be. Looks like Stepper X has a UART error in the log. Unable to read that one. Okay, so we just swapped all the drivers out. As Double T suggested. Stepper X first. Also unplug all the wires from the motors. Okay. I'm going to take them out of the board. That's a little easier to do. So I'll unplug everything from on the board. I know I shouldn't be tugging on the wires, but I literally cannot get my fingers down in there. Yeah, just there. Okay. So everything is unplugged. New drivers are installed. No heatsink is touching any of the pins. None of the pins on the drivers themselves are misaligned or outside of the sockets, so everything looks good physically. We have done what you asked to do. Let's see. Unplug the rear motor and trash that cable and see if it errors. We will do that. I don't have a replacement cable for it though. I would need to build one. And so I don't really like doing wiring on stream because it's boring. So if that is the case, we will do so. If not, we'll see what happens. Let's see. You blend up your oats in whey. That's a good idea. The surgery through dumping when I have a cane sugar, it's very unpleasant. Yeah, cane sugar is yes, a natural sugar, but it's still sugar. Wiring on stream is dull. Yes. Okay, so we've done the stuff that the experts in chat have suggested. We are connected, and let's see if we can power on here. Always takes a little bit for this thing to boot, so we'll see what happens. Come wire it on your streams. It'll be interesting. Mike, you're more than welcome. More than welcome to come over and hang out in the crazy cave. A lot to do in here. I could absolutely use another expert to help me get through some of this stuff. Agave syrup. That's a good idea. Restart. And I don't know about expert. Just trying to help. No, you are definitely helping. You're doing the same sort of troubleshooting stuff that I would normally do. If things don't work, try to unplug them, go back to where you started. If that still doesn't work, try swapping hardware around either location-wise, or if you have spare hardware, swap out with your spares. And that sort of narrows down the culprit a little bit. I'm not hearing fans go crazy, so I'm thinking that at least now we should be back to good. So maybe those drivers, or at least one of them, was the problem. We've got this unknown thing here. I'm not sure what that's about. Unknown. Have I tried leveling the bed? Hey, there we go. So it sounds like it was a driver. How do I know which one? I have no clue. We'll have to go through the process of elimination. So one of them was bad, and I don't know how you can tell which one is bad without trying it and letting it error. None of them look burned in any way. They all look perfectly fine. Either way, still looking at dead printer. Yeah, I apologize. Thanks for the update, Cody. Sometimes I have this stream deck down here and I forget to hit the button. So if I forget to do that ever on stream, just ping me in the chat. Okay, so we are connected now. That's good. And printer config is fine. All right, so we're back to where we began the stream, where we need to buzz. So I'm gonna try to buzz while keeping our window up. We'll see how it goes. I do need to reconnect motors though. I don't like doing that with the power on. So I'm going to power off one more time, and then we'll connect the motors, and then we'll see if we can buzz. Oh, yep. Jeremy's saying the same thing in chat. So like minds. You don't want to be plugging and replugging motors with power on. That's how you can ruin a driver or a main board. You're going to guess it's the board side plug wiring on that rear motor. Stephen Machado, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well. It very well could be that. I am not against that theory whatsoever. But that's the crazy part. These are stock motor cables. These here are stock motor cables that came with the motor. All I did was trim this to get rid of the excess, and then crimp and plug things in. So I don't know why this cable would be bad, unless it's simply a bad crimp. I'll probably have to order a I've got some cheapo ones that we can modify, but I don't know that I have a spare cable per se. I could probably steal one from another motor too. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Again, because I can't get my fingers in there, kind of seat it and then press on it with a press on the housing with a driver to get that in there. These motors are very tight against the wall. Okay, everything is reconnected. We're going ahead, power on, cable schmable, individual wires. Yeah, rat's nest all the days. Bad crimp, the pins are in the wrong order. Yeah, Robin B, that's what we thought too, that the pins might be in the wrong order. Generally, when that happens, you're going to hear like a loud noise from the stepper because the wires are crossed and those coils are not, how do you even say it? Like, concurrent's not the right word, but connected in the loop that they're supposed to be. So it'll just buzz really loudly and it won't move. This one is moving. It's just not moving as expected. So that's what leads me to believe more of a bad crimp than a bad cable order. Do I have the in that I tried off? Check that and make sure the pins are inserted correctly. I do not have it, but it's the same motor as the front motor, and it's the same cable as the front cable on the motor. Pin order matches exactly. Both motors are exactly the same. Even the Z motor. The color order on the pins are exactly the same. Hey, Kitchell. Have I tried turning it off? All right, Lego Therapy. See you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by like always. I know you're out of your element when you come over here, but we appreciate your banter. All right, so we are connected again. I've got no issues this time. I think we can buzz. Let me stand this guy up and fix the Z-axis. Yeah, I'm definitely going to consider swapping this because I hate dropping the small bearings each time I'm moving this around. You got to be very careful with that. It's on this bottom piece, and because this sort of free floats in there, which is good for crashes, right? Like if you crash, this is just going to lift up, but at the same time you're going to lose all 4 of the ball bearings. Stepper buzz for the next 24 hours straight to make sure, you know. I plan to run the hell out of this thing as soon as we get it working. I'm going to be printing so many speed benchies on this. The idea is that this is a test rig, so I need to run it through a bunch of different tests to test some of the equipment on it. And it's probably going to be running for the next week pretty consistently. Okay, let's take a look at this motor here. I don't see the same view you all have, so if I fill the cage to catch the bearings, Discord DM. Let's see. Yep, got it, Jeremy. Thanks for the help, sir. Don't get rid of Wobble X. You're working on a piece to hold it in place if you put the printer upside down. I will wait for your mod then, sir. I was thinking about doing the same. I would rather keep the Wobble X, but losing it every time like that is annoying. Annoying enough that if I lose that ball bearing, I can't use my Z-axis whatsoever, so I might as well just swap it with something that doesn't do that. Hey, Clown Hammer. Welcome in. We need to do a stepper buzz, so let's do stepper X. I think that's this one. We'll see. No. What happened? I clicked it. It did not move. Let's try stepper Y. Okay, stepper Y is the forward motor, and it is turning. I know that's probably hard to see on camera. I just tried to buzz X, and it did nothing. I heard the fan noise increase, and then nothing moved. Let me move you in a little closer here, and hopefully capture both of these. Go out just a touch here. All right, now you should be able to see both. Super glue the wobble legs together. That's not a bad idea. Now I really like the kinematic. I want to keep it, and so if Double T tells me he's gonna fix it with a mod, I'm on his team. I'll wait for him to fix it. In the meantime, as long as you're not turning it upside down and whatnot, it's gonna be just fine. Makes the carry handle a little irrelevant though. So normally how I've been carrying it around is here and then by the front, and just keeping it upright. When I do tip it over, I try to hold onto this motor and apply pressure to hold things in place. But if it shifts at all, that can shift, and then I can hear the steel ball like tapping on the granite down here. That wire may be the issue on X if it's not buzzing, or the motor itself. I hope it's not the motor itself. It's a brand new motor. And I don't want to get new ones. I have a certain number of motors for the exact same projects that I know that I'm going to be working on, and so I don't want to steal them. Yeah, so it didn't move at all when I buzzed. Just checking connections here. Okay, so it's got to be the cable, because I just moved that to make sure it was good, and then it started moving. You probably didn't catch that on the stream because just the way it is, it only did it like twice. But as soon as I shook that cable, it started doing it. So nothing, shake the cable, and it moves. So it is definitely this cable, likely a crimp. Yep, damn crimp. All right, so we're gonna recrimp real quick. Shut down this guy. And then I'm going to pull the cable off. We'll recrimp that. And I think there's enough space on there to redo it. Score 1 for you. Yep. Steven Machado, if I had filament to give away, I would give it to you. I think you and I were on the same page from the start. I was considering that, so that's why I was swapping cables early on. I think what happened is I grabbed, I'll show you. I grabbed a spare cheapo cable that I had, like this right here. So this is like a 2-meter long cable that you can get on Amazon, and then you trim it to fit, right? These come in a pack of, I don't know, 5 or 10. And connected this, and then I connected this, but I didn't swap any pins. And I think what happened is I probably damaged the driver when I did that, and just didn't recognize it. This is me in the future thinking backwards, but I think that's what happened. Anyway, it caused all the problems that we saw, and now I need to figure out which driver we broke so that I can replace it. So that is done. We'll turn this off. I'm going to pull this cable out and just recrimp the other side here. Trying to hold things together. I know you're not seeing this. I will spare you the turning of the printer over just to pull a cable out. Here we go. All right, so there's our cable. Let me turn some light on. Hey, Reth. Good morning. Hey, Reverend. The filament faithful. Dude, I love your little sayings or whatever. All right, next thing I'm gonna do as well, I'm gonna turn this off here. Move this over a little bit so you can see what's going on. And then we'll do this. Oh, since we're at this here, hold on. What do I got? I thought maybe I had something for you. Yeah, here we go. We're at this here. Let's put it out. Okay, so this side here, I need to recrimp. Let's pull that out. With that ID pin is I use these sharp, very pointy metal tongs, tweezers, whatever you call them. And I can press on the crimp here from the retention side. Press on that a little bit, press that tab down, and kind of slide the wire out. I wish there was a tool for this. I have not found it yet. I have one for Molex. I got the one that you just jam into the end of the connection and it pushes out the pins. That one is fantastic. I love that from Molex because those are very difficult to unpin. I used to have to cut the wire and just restart because they did not work. I realized that I'm not keeping track of how the cable wiring goes. I have an example on the other motor, so I'm just going to follow that color order on that motor over there after we fix whatever's going on with this one. I mean, all the crimps so far look good to go. If I find anything, I'll bring it up close so you guys can see it. But right now, all the crimps look fine. Molex one is sweet. Yeah, Steve turned me onto it as well. There is a tool for this one though. There's JST. What tool is it for the JST? Tell me about that. Yes, is a barrel thingy on the wire. Yeah, the crimps here. I guess the best thing to do is to just cut these off and retry. So let's get that, and that, and that. We'll cut off these. So Jeremy, when I said that wiring on stream sucks to do, and that I didn't want to do it, I think in this case, mandatory. We're still under the 3-hour mark. I really wanted to keep this at 2, but I feel like I'm so close to having this thing work that I can't stop. Luckily, this is only one wire, and this doesn't happen all the time. It's been a little bit since I've had a bad crimp get me. I usually take my time with this kind of stuff. I'm gonna move this to just one of these. So I think that the stream, Steven Machado says, wait, not quite as nice as the Molex one, but is helpful. Have to run continuity first to find the specific wire. Yeah, I probably could have done that, but we're here now. It's probably just best to do it. I didn't think about it, but you're right. We could have done that. But whether you realize it or not, this is my frustrated face, and I get into a mood where like you just don't want to deal with things, and so you're like, screw it, I'll just redo everything. And that's sort of the mood that I'm in. I know I sound very calm probably to you all, but internally I am on fire. Need a pair of these strippers. You can get them at West 3D. The West 3D has these. They're very affordable. Around 20 bucks, I think. I don't remember. But I got these just a couple of months ago, and they've since replaced the other ones I was using. I had still kind of the quick stripper like that, but it was more like a hammer thing. So it's vertical, but the stripper was horizontal. This one, the whole thing is horizontal. This ergonomically feels better. It's easier to use for me. So my preference is this one. I have since Just put the other one back in the drawer and left it there. Okay, so this guy. I also really like these. These are the engineer crimping pliers. PA09, I believe. Yeah, PA09 is written on there. This is what I like. The only real terminal removal tool you use are for like Molex with the side lash barrel fit or similar. Yeah, I think that's what we're talking about. Use a shaved down steel pick with a specific profile. Mike, yeah, there's an actual tool that you can find on Amazon. Once we crimp this wire, I'll drop you a link. And if it is useful for you, if you do a lot of Molex crimping, picking up this set is magic. Like, I can't describe how easier it is to use this tool versus using a pick or whatever else. You literally just jam it into the end of the Molex connection, and it pushes the pin out. It's so much nicer. Actually, I can show you what it looks like. Before I forget, I tend to forget stuff. So it comes in I bought the set. There are two different ones. I didn't know which one to get, so I got both. They look like this. They come in these little cases. I probably need to design something to hold both of them together like that instead of having two separate cases. But this is what it looks like. It's got these two little pins. It's got these two pins on the end of it here. And once it goes in, this small plunger gets retracted a little bit. There's a plunger in between the two pins. And then once you insert that, you just press on the end of it and it pushes that connection out. It's called a DA removal tool. This is SB. The other one is an SRB as well, but it's got a different, larger profile. So mini fit, micro fit for this one, Papa Delta 120. This one is Papa Delta 145. Here on the tip, you can't really see, but it's laser engraved into it. And this one is a little bit larger than that one. So if you're using larger connections, this is what you want. I can drop links in right now, Steve. Just remind me in about 5 minutes when we finish the crimp. I will drop links for everybody. And they are not affiliate links, so if you're sensitive about that, don't worry about it. But yeah, let me finish crimping here, and then I'll drop you a link really fast. It's pretty easy to find. If somebody does find it before I do, feel free to post it in there. I know not everyone can send links, but there are a few mods in chat that are able to send links. You've got all the terminal tools. Yeah, I do remember it's your day job. I know you have the terminal tools. I just didn't know if you had that tool. And then also your other Discord picture avatar is different than the one on YouTube. So it took me, I figured it out earlier, but initially I thought you were a different person. To grab some iCrimp 2820 crimpers. They are better than those engineer and far cheaper. Okay, Steve, I appreciate it. And thanks for being here. Actually, talking about the wire label. This guy? I label all of my wiring. Even though this one's only, 10 inches or whatever, I still label it. I don't know, it's my OCD thing. I have to know what is what. Now, I don't know if it's the correct wire because I don't really understand which motor is Y and which motor is X, or A and B in a Core XY system. But it's a simple swap in the config if you need to. Yeah, Steve, I'm gonna have to get some of those. Once we look at the tool and I look for the link for that, I'll look for those 2820s as well. But here's a thought. Are they really cheaper though, since I already own these? Isn't it an additional purchase? So then it just makes this one more expensive. Big brain thinking there. Okay. So to verify order on the cable, we're just gonna look. It's like blue, red, green, black. So looking at this, it'll be blue, red. Yeah, blue, red, green, black. Blue, red, green is here, and then black. That matches what the other motor already had. Actually, I forgot to do this a little bit. Look at that, we almost made a mistake talking and not crimping. I forgot to crimp 1/2 of that one. And then this one here, go. But I'm not seeing a lot of chat right now, but I'll catch you here in a second. It's difficult to the angle at which I'm sitting to where the chat screen is. I can't really see all that well. Okay, so we're done on that. Let me try to catch up. Let's see. How did I make the label? You want to do that? Cody, I did not make these. I ordered these. These little labels here, they come in a kit. I think you can get them on Etsy. These I got from AliExpress, but they come like this, and it's meant to wire an entire printer. So there are Z motors, end stops, part cooling fans, a whole bunch of different labels in here. But also, if you don't want to do that and you have a label maker, what you can do is get something like this here. This is the label maker tape I use in my label maker, and it's just white heat shrink tube. So you can do that as well, and then shrink it down onto your wiring. I will do this sometimes for things that don't have a label in the other kit. I think I would go this method versus that kit method. This is more applicable to a wider range of printers. That one seems very dedicated to boron printers, but also the old school style when we used an umbilical instead of where things are going today with CAN bus and stuff like a Nighthawk with a single cable. So I would push you towards a label maker and some heat shrink labeling. And then you can get different colors too. You can get yellow so they stand out. That's what I am transitioning to as I run out of white label tape. All right, Havoc, see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Chirpy, thanks for being here. Good to see you again. You always put them in with the plug upside down, but you're left-handed, so I do that from time to time because as I'm twisting them around, they get upside down or whatever, and so that happens to me as well, even though I'm right-handed. No, 3D Wolf, you're good, man. Thanks for stopping by, even hanging out for a little bit. Like, it's good. Same stuff you use? Good to know, Steve. Yeah, if you have a label maker, there's no reason not to just get the heat shrink stuff and do it that way. It's roughly the same cost. And you can get them in 3-packs on Amazon pretty cheap. You don't have to buy the branded stuff. That is the cheap stuff, the knockoff stuff. And it works for me just the same. Let's get this back in frame for you all. Let's see if we can buzz this stepper now. Power on. Why is there 38 watching and only 26 likes? Come on, 3D Wolf, get them. You need a heat shrink label printer. Mike, I've got a very old one. I've had this one for like a decade. I needed a newer one. This is huge, but this is the one that I have. I don't even think they sell this anymore, but it takes a lot of different tapes and it does different fonts and sizes and things, and it works pretty well. It even does like 2 layers, so you could do an upper line and a lower line if you were really wanting to do that. I use it and I plan to use it until it dies. Double T says Dymo's good. So there's another brand that you can use. I'd say just get what you can afford, and that does the thing you need it to do at the lowest cost. But make sure that you're material like the supplies are affordable as well, and easily gettable. Any label maker you don't need a special one. You just need to make sure that it can take the tape. So what I would do for you, Cody, is look for what's it called? Look for the tape that you want, and then buy the label maker to match the tape. If that makes sense. Brother works as I found tape for your wife. There you go. Use a low-end one with a hack to print smaller heat shrink too. You're gonna have to show me that hack, Boothie. Dymo label maker. Double T. Put that in the chat if you have a link. I'll make you a mod. That way folks can see what you. There you go. Gotcha. Probably missed it. Oh, you're not chirpy. I do apologize. I did. So I saw the picture, Nathan, and I've been calling you chirpy. I do apologize. You're not chirpy. I think I did that last week too. I'm sorry. On your Shorts channel vlogs hack, not mine. Okay, we'll check it out. I was one of those buy 20 tapes, get the machine free. Kinda. Yeah, Rhino. I've heard of Rhino. But yeah, whatever tape you want to use, get that one, and then match your machine to it. Get the one that you can afford. Okay, so stepper X. Let's see if it works. Hey, look at that. Bad crimp solved. So that is rotating clockwise first, and then anti-clockwise. And then if we buzz stepper Y, clockwise, and then anti-clockwise. Yay, thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for all the help from Double T and Jeremy in behind the scenes on Discord for helping me figure out the problem. Turns out it was a bad crimp that broke a driver. So be forewarned. So that's that. And then we can probably buzz Z, although I would want to raise that a touch. I know Z works from earlier, so let's see. 28 likes is better, but still barely above half. Common 44 people. You can do better. Oh, come on, 44. Yeah. All right, so let me zoom you back out, and we'll see if we can make it home. I have a feeling, just because the stream has been going the way it's going, that things are not going to home like they should. We have not done sensorless homing yet either. I was hoping to do that with you all today, but we have not. I just want to see if it works a little bit. When it is live and the title doesn't say the name of the 3D printer. Beside the void. I'm not sure what you mean. You hit the like button 5 times. Oh, man. Okay, so I'm gonna try to home X. Let's see if this works. It's probably gonna grind. So Z works. Nothing moved on X. Let's try Y. Y sort of worked, but it moved in X. So we need to swap X and Y, basically, is what's happening. And we can do that over in config. You could turn it off, swap motors, and do it that way, or you can come into your config and just make this motor Y, 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 and then do the same down here. We'll make these all X's. Okay, and so once we do that, we should be able to save and restart, and hopefully. Oh, the title does not have the name of the printer. It does not. It has a picture, and then the thumbnail says the name of the printer. So I didn't want to double tap. 34 of 35. Heck yeah, good job, guys. Thanks so much. Every like helps the channel grow a little bit. So between last week when we showed this off and doing a couple shorts throughout the week, this went from, I think I was right at like 343-ish subs, and now we're like over 380, approaching 390. The goal is to get to 500. It's an arbitrary number, but it just sounds good. So definitely appreciate everybody and all the engagement over the last 7 days. It's been awesome. Okay, so let's see if we can home X now. Moves up. X wrong direction, but does move. Y does not move. A 1,000 be better. I should be better. Did I self-like? It feels so good. I did not self-like. I usually don't until like the next day or whatever. When I go back and review the game tape, I will normally go back and like. I don't like it beforehand. Okay, so we homed X. It moved in Y. And it also moved in the incorrect direction. Print a plastic YouTube button badge for myself. I'll put that on the list of to-dos, Nathan. Let me write that one down. Plastic YouTube button. All right, wrote it down. It's on the to-do list. Review the game tape. Yeah, Robin B. So here's the thing. I've said this on stream several times. I don't know who's a football fan in the chat, but if you are, I guarantee you, it doesn't matter who wins the Super Bowl. On Monday morning, they go back and they review the game tape and figure out what errors they made and how to be better for next season. Period. Dot. Every professional does that. I do it in my personal life for things like YouTube and whatnot. I do it at work. I'm a flyer, and so every flight, every sortie we do, we brief before we go about what the plan is. We go execute the plan, and then we come back and we evaluate the plan and figure out things that we can do better for next time, or if something significant happened, how to prevent that from happening again. It's how I live my life, and so review the game tape is the tagline. Cool. So we need to invert X. I want to make sure on that one. Let's motors off here. Would you guys prefer to see this screen, or do you want to see more of the machine? I'll tell you what. Let's split the difference. Let me make the Chrome. Sorry, not the Chrome. The camera bigger. And that way we get the best of both worlds. You won't be able to see the console, but I'll kind of talk you through what I'm doing. How's that? That work for everybody? Good way to know if you review the game tape. Nice. Okay. I said I was going to drop in here a link. So let's do Molex depin tool. There's one there on Amazon. This one looks a little bit different than the one that I have. It bundles with some connections. This is the one that I have. And it comes with two different tool piece head things. I swear I got mine like in a double pack like this guy. So these are 35 bucks. Yeah, this is the one I got right here. Last ordered in, 2 years ago. So I will drop this link for you all. And if you want to get one for yourself, you can get one. There you go. Those are magic. Yeah, we were talking about these earlier, and we all learned them from you, Steve, so thank you. Feedback loop. All those constant improvement cycles like PDCA is necessary for success. I've never heard that term, but yeah, feedback loop. You were here. Yeah, it's always hard to tell who's here and who wasn't here. Cool. So I know that X went the wrong direction, and it's also the wrong axis. So it moved forward, which is my Y. I need it to move aft, and I need it to swap to the other side. So how do I do that? And Y didn't move at all, which tells me the sensitivity is probably too low. Why didn't you tell me you have a Discord now? You had to be here last week or the week prior or the week prior. I think I started it like a month ago. I think it was a month ago. But it's always in chat. There's a bot that pops up every like 37 minutes to remind folks that there's a Discord. So I think I'm gonna swap these around. I need Y. Need Y to go the other direction, and then I also need it to be the other way. Send me a pic on Discord or universal depinning tool. I'll check it out after stream. Invert that one. I think we're gonna just do one change at a time, so that we don't get like too mixed up on what's going on. There's a link in the description also. Yes, that's true, Steve. I try to keep links. They're common links, right? Like all the social stuff, all the Discord stuff, like common. Whatever playlist that we're working on, that is usually in there. And then there's a short description at the top for folks to have an idea of what we're working on. I think it's more of an issue of people not reading, and that's okay. We're here to watch. That's why it's a visual medium, not a... Okay, so that is still... Oh, that's still X. But just a different direction, so we're going to have to swap those pins around. Link expired. Got to make one that doesn't. I thought I did. Somebody else said that too. We had it posted in chat. I probably need to go back and refresh it. I'll add that to the list of to-dos as well, along with my plastic YouTube button. There. So this needs to, we need to revert this to that, and that, which makes this 1, 2, and 3, and then down here 1, 2, 3. You're always gonna have 3 if you do this. Well, not always. I guess if you're using traditional in stops, you may not have 3. You may have only 2. But swapping motors, in this case, we've got 3 changes. $531.25 for what? Start plastic and end up with the shiny one they send you. You guys are talking about something I don't understand. A month? No, I'm not joking. It was probably a month ago. 3D Wolf. It's been a little while. Let's see. X. No movement. Y. Opposite. Like, man, no matter how I'm swapping it, they're going the wrong direction. Without an example, it's difficult to know where to go. You're certified blind. Oh, YouTube play button for when I hit a certain number or subscribers. Start plastic and end up with the shiny one. Got you. Okay. The bot has a bad link, and the Discord link in the description was also bad. Thus, his pin link. That does work. Okay. Got it. I'll change all of those. I'll go back and... Those are the little, like, creepy details that you really don't pay attention to. That, you know, larger channels may have someone that kind of does all that stuff to make sure all the links work and whatever. I'm a one-man show. Expect some problems. I'm also a work in progress. Okay, so I don't really understand how or why. I wonder if I just reverse direction on one and not the other, that I'll get a different kinematic. Yeah. Cody, you guys are absolutely helpful. I've gotten so much help from chat today. Sometimes it's like that. That's why it's really cool to have sort of this forum, is that I can see what I can see based on my experience and what I'm seeing real time, but you got to layer on hunger, other biological needs, fatigue. It's really hot out here right now. Just being frustrated, tired, whatever it is. But you guys have that third-party perspective and can sort of collaborate and bounce off at each other ideas, then share them in the chat and get me thinking in ways that I may not be able to think on my own. So that's why I really like being here and doing this on stream, is because you guys come together so good and so well to help me get through some issues. Okay. If we could only figure out how to get this thing moving in the right way. Get 2 cats. Nathan, I can't do cats. I love people that have cats. I admire folks that are cat people. I am not a cat person. Just not. I don't like, I'm allergic to cats, number one. Number two, cats are not the kind of animal that I like to hang out with. Like, the shedding gets to me. The scratching of things all the time gets to me. I get that they're funny and they have personality and stuff. Love it. But those other things outweigh the positives for me. So we don't have cats. We do want a dog, though. I want a wiener dog. I mean, like, see everyone succeed for sure. Yes, Clownhammer, that's exactly what we're doing. And I likewise try to do the same for other folks. Close some of these tabs. All right. So let's see where we're moving now. Okay, so no movement on X. Y is still moving in the X direction. Boxer's the dude. Happy, I want a boxer. I really truly do. My wife is like, oh, they're a little bit too big. She wants like a small dog, like a, what does she say? Man, like some weird looking small dog, not a Chihuahua, something else. I don't know. I don't want that. I want like a medium-sized dog. I want a Great Dane. So I thought we were compromising by going like a medium dog boxer or a Doberman or something like that. She's not about it. You'll not take my cats. I don't want your cats. Don't want your cats. Staffy pit mix. That's cool. Shih Tzu? No, not that, but that would be cool. I hear they have issues though, like skin issues and whatnot. 90-pound brindle boxer. That's what I want. A half a human. That's what I need. Half a human. French bulldog. That was it. She wanted a French bulldog. I didn't want the medical problems. So mini Dachshund would be cool. Wiener dog is my pick. Just foot horns. Oh man. 18-year-old Yorkie Shih Tzu. Wow. I don't think I've ever had a dog for 18 years. Sideboard has a corgi, beefy but short, French crested. She gets CBD every night. Is that for like medical reasons or just to make her chill out? Frenchton is a French Bulldog Boston Terrier mix. Okay. Yeah, I'm not like super into the different breeds and crossbreeds and all that kind of stuff. I think she just wants something that she visibly likes, that's relatively small and doesn't have a lot of like medical need over their lifespan. So she's 30 pounds, doesn't have the problems of a Frenchie. Okay. I might have to take the Frenchton. Frenchton. I'll look into that. Bichon. I don't even know how to say that word. Bichon Frise? Loves to get an elevated state. Don't we all? Don't we all? I'm about to do the same on a burrito here in like 15 minutes. 14-year-old boxer. Saint Berdoodle. How do you... Okay. It's a good life on a boxer. Strawberry daiquiris. Strawberry daiquiris. Kitchell says wiener dog. I'm with Kitchell. I like a wiener dog. There's this lady at work that has a wiener dog, and she'll bring it in like once or twice a week. Not every week, but more often than not. And it just runs around the office. It goes up to every person and is friendly with them and lays down, gets a belly rub, all that kind of stuff, and then it'll move on to the next person. Super chill dog. Listens. It's trained, all the things, and that's what I want. I want something like that. A Beshan Freeze. Okay. There are all sorts of crossbreeds. Yeah. Vet says she can't believe she's in as good a health as she is. Yeah, after 18 years, that's significant amount of time. I had problems after 18 years. I mean, I'm 41 now and relatively in good health. Don't have a lot of issues. I'm going deaf is what they tell me. I don't know. I feel like I hear just fine. They tell me I'm going deaf, and then I've got some shoulder stuff going on, but still working through it. I'm not like incapacitated in any way, and still train as hard as I ever have. So go to the pound and get a mutt. They have $2 Tuesdays. Dude, $2 Tuesdays, that would make an awesome dinner. Last dog you had was a husky. Good girl. Huskies are, they need a lot of attention, right? I've heard that they're very like hyperactive and they need to be walked several times a day and all that kind of stuff. They also have a lot of hair. I think that's the other caveat I forgot to mention. Can't have a lot of hair. Like I'm allergic to all the dander and all that kind of stuff, which is why I don't do cats. So my wife is on me about getting a cat, and so my compromise, and this is fair in my opinion, get a naked cat. Get one of those ones with no hair on it, and I would accept that. I probably still wouldn't like it, but I would accept it. She thinks they're ugly. She doesn't want to do it. 48 feel like you're 60? Oh, man. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that are not in as good a health as me at 41. Just the nature of what we do is pretty taxing on the body. And so we don't last all that well. Usually, so I'll say it this way. My peer group have a lot of back issues, knee issues, hip issues. I have always been more health conscious, and I work out, I stretch, I eat right. All of those things that you should be doing, I try to accomplish as many of those as I can every day. And so luckily, knock on wood, I haven't had any major issues, just injuries from doing dumb stuff. You got your bull oxer at a rescue. Okay. Tomsky. Husky that always looks like a puppy. That would be cool. You wish you were 40? No, you don't. The raisin with feet. What's a raisin with feet? Is that a husky puppy? Is that what you're saying? You need a lot. 36 and accelerated. Your body 30 years. Oh, man. Well, team, I think we're just kind of like playing around shooting the shit today, and I really enjoy that. That is very nice. I think we should get back to work a little bit, though. See if we can get this thing moving in the proper direction. I don't know how to deduce what direction each thing should turn. Because right now they're not moving in the way that they probably should. So let's up the, I think it's the X. I've already forgotten talking shop with you all. I think it was the X that's not registering. Yeah, so let's up the sensitivity on that one a little bit. Or sorry, decrease the sensitivity by upping the number. So coming in here, looking at our sensorless homing value, this one here, if we increase that to, let's say 175 for a good ballpark number, let's see if it'll allow us to home now. You say this printer has piqued your interest? Cybertech, you should build one, man. I'm going through all of the troubles right now, so just by hanging out and watching the streams, you're probably kind of aware of all of the issues you can run into. Right now, for me at least, it's been 100% firmware, except for the cable. which is a user error. So I should do better at crimping. Outside of that, I've had no issues. It went together pretty easily. I got the mechanical assembly done for everything in a day. And then yesterday I did the tool head wiring and a lot of the firmware setup. And so it's able to move and stuff. So really kind of 2 days of work. Had we not run into the issue we're running right now, we could probably be printing today. See, those things creep you out. Thinking that number should have went the other way? Maybe. Let's check the initial startup guide here. So going into the Voron stuff, I think you can still see this on screen. Let me make sure I'm on the right page. Yeah, so I'll make this window a little bit smaller here so we can follow along. I'm in the Voron initial startup page because they cover a lot of this information. And then if I go to tuning guides, secondary printer tuning, sensorless homing, there's a guide in here for regular clipper, and then there's some breakout stuff for Calico, which is what I'm using. Lower number, more push on 22. Okay, thanks for the catch. Thinking of using your KP3S as a base. Cybertech, you probably could. I think the extrusions on this, you might need some different extrusions though. The X-axis is a 15-15, and then there's a lot of CNC or laser cut parts you're going to need. Unless you modify it in some way to be more useful for your equipment. Can't wait till you get to do all this next week. Are you going to finish the inertia cube this week? Is that what you're saying? All right, so Calico. So using this, you do not need any of the macro stuff. So that makes your config more streamlined, okay? So Manta 5P and 2240. So a lot of this should apply for what we're already doing. Pins are going to be what they are. Micro steps are 16 on my machine. It says we can do 32. I don't know that it really matters. Oh, for your Merc. Sorry, your Merc, yeah. We've got this line in there for 2209s. There is no in-stop pin. You have to remove that. And then maybe this is what it is here. Maybe we need this line. I don't have that in my config. So we know that Y is... Oh, man, I don't even remember now. Let's go. Let's see what Y does. So Y goes in the negative direction. So we need to change that. We'll come into config here. Printer. And then under Y, we get the sensorless homing true. We had this line that says homing positive direction. I want it to go the opposite way, so I'm gonna put it as false. And we'll see what happens. XY of the bed is what's interesting. Agree, Cybertech. If you could adapt this to a KP3S, I think that makes it a lot more approachable for folks. Because if I can buy a machine that has all the stuff mostly done, I convert the bed over to Core XY and just send it. That would prevent you from having a lot of the different custom parts that you need for something like this. The Z-axis is the other one. That one is pretty unique to only this machine in how that operates. Let's see what Y does now. Still move the wrong direction. Hold your vodka. If you get it done, please share it with me. Please go into my Discord and either DM me or post it in one of the printer build channels. There's a few in there. And show it off. Let's advertise it. Let's get it out there. Let's get it some recognition. So show it off in there. I definitely want to see it. So feel free to reach out. Centauri Carbon, that's a good machine. I had one of those recently. We unveiled that in one of my earlier streams when I first started live streaming earlier this year. Great machine. Ran it for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then my buddy really wanted it, offered to pay me what I paid for it. And so I gave it to him. I sold it to him. Cool. So I don't know that that line works. if we... I still think I need to invert here. And let's see, what else do we need to do? Does the diag pin need a pull-up like that? It is in the running. You asked what enclosed printer to buy and keep getting suggested a Voron for some reason. I just want it to print. Midnight Wolf, the Centauri Carbon is what I would push you to simply because of the cost. It is really, really good for a really low price. There's some weirdness. You need to allow the bed to heat up and soak for a little bit if you want a good bed mesh on it. That's the only issue that I found. Maybe over time that will do the thing, but right now, nah. That's the only thing I can recommend to you. I didn't have any other issues with it in the 2.5, 3 weeks that I used it. Breath just added that pin to the Y motor as suggested. We're gonna save and restart there, and then we'll go and see what happens. It doesn't change the fact for me, Breath, that it is still moving in X. It should be moving in Y, but it's moving in X, and I don't understand that. I want to check one thing here. What do we have for printer? So, I mean, it's a Core XY. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't Cartesian or something weird like that. Okay, so... should I make this bigger for you all again? And then I'll move the camera a little bit to this way. All right. So homing X, nothing happens. Homing Y, it does that. Oh, I'm getting tight on the cabling over here, so we got to bring that Z back down. Home Z. Yeah, I'm getting a bed distance error now. Like, what's the deal on that? That's weird. I'm gonna manually do this. I just got to the end of travel there. It was skipping a little bit. So let's see if I can home X now. Moves up a little bit. Let's home X and Y first. Homing X. Nothing happens. Homing Y. It moves to the extreme. It moves to the max. Thought about getting 2 of these over your Cobra S1, but went with the multicolor now instead of later. Yeah, I think you're fine with the Cobra X1 or S1. I've seen a few of those things. So single belt motion system, yeah, same, Reverend. I can't. I'll be honest. I'm struggling to understand how to get it to move how I want. So I know that the dev is usually sleeping right now. They work 3rd shift, and so they go to bed at 5 a.m. I start streaming at 7 a.m. So normally they reach out to me in the afternoon, and we go back and forth. So this will probably be, I hate to say it, but have to continue on another stream because I need some help with the config to understand how that should be set up. Because right now it's not moving the way that I need to. Check the motor movement drawings on Voron docs. Yeah, so Ref, I can do that. So let me show you what I'm looking at. So I'm already in here, and there is the initial startup, and you're talking about this guy here. It is not exactly applicable. It says steppers are swapped, swap the A and B connectors. But I'm also not. So here's what I'll do. We can swap them in firmware. Okay, so looking at firmware, coming in, and we've already done this. But I'll do it again. So right here, we'll change this to stepper Y. And then we'll do the same for the end stop and the same for the driver. And then coming down one more, we'll do this for X and X and X. So essentially, we have swapped the motors in firmware versus swapping the cable. Okay, and that is per what I'm recommended here. So the Y is moving in the positive direction instead of X. But what this doesn't tell me is if I select the X motor, it's not that the X motor is moving the wrong direction, it's that the wrong motor is moving. And that's what I don't know. Cybertech, yeah, no issues. Let me try this really quickly. So let's see what X does now. So homing X, it still moves in the Y direction. Or no, that is the X direction. Okay. Y doesn't move at all. So I think it's correct now. We have in firmware swapped them. I need to increase the sensitivity on this Y motor. And so go back up here. This needs to go down per Happy's instructions. So we'll go to we'll take it down to 100. We were at 150 before, maybe 125. So we're decreasing. Save and restart. Do the thing. Your sensorless machines run 100 or less. Okay, good to know. Living in Indiana, you have wild temp swings. Midnight Wolf is 88 degrees in my garage right now. I'm dying. I'm so dying. S1 24/7 for weeks now. Good to know, Kern. I'm glad that printers out of the box are working a lot better than they used to. People were just making clones of clones of clones, which ended up just perpetuating this terrible setup in firmware and mechanical copies on copies. Like if you ever like Xeroxed copies on top of copies, that's what ended up happening. And so now I'm happy that you could take something out and you're relatively sure it's just going to work out of the box. May not be perfectly. Every machine has its own quirks and things that you got to do, but for the most part, they're going to work now, and that's nice. It could be 90 and 6 hours later be 40 or less. Not wrong, Midnight Wolf. It is about to be 90. It's going up to 109 today in the next 2-ish hours, and then overnight it'll be, man, probably 60 degrees. So it drops, 40 degrees overnight. I actually got cold last night. Homing positive dir, true. Yeah, we'll get to it. So X. Yep, I need to flip it. Y doesn't move. So more sensitive on the Y, and then we'll check the thing that Cybertech is saying here. So more sensitive on the Y. Let's go 100, like Happy was saying. And then for my X, changing that to homing positive direction. It's false right now. Yeah. So this is what you're looking for. Do I need to change it to true? Or should I just invert the dir? Because I don't want to go in the positive direction. I want to go in the negative direction. Should be good then. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to take this off. That way it rotates the opposite way. And then we'll flip the Y as well. With one of those. Save and restart. While that's happening, I'm going to move the Z motor down. If you guys don't know this, the Z height on this is only like 100, which is perfect for most of the stuff. Most of the stuff I print. Okay. X. Hey, that's correct. Just needs to be less sensitive. Why? No movement. That's weird. Try adding a pull-up to the diag pin in 2209. All right, Nathan, we'll give it a shot. Do I have that on this one? Not on Y. Not on X, and X is working, so I mean we could try it. There. You want to do it for both? And then we need to decrease. No, hour-long lunch and Micro Center is only 15 minutes away. And then we need to decrease sensitivity as well for the y-axis. So let's take it down to 75. Should be back. Try X one more time. Let's move this down just to be fresh. Make sure you guys can see. Okay. Homing X. Okay, so that's good. Why? Nothing. How sensitive do we need to go on Y to make that thing do what I need it to do? Going back to the docks over here. Make this a little bit smaller. I had that conversation with Kyle and Tyler on the Inertia Discord. What conversation? I don't follow. What conversation? Okay, so look. 255. This is the most sensitive value and will almost certainly not work. Before you begin, gently, slowly move the print head down, do the things. So it looks like as we decrease in value, we get less sensitive, which should allow it to move. These are stock clipper. We're not doing any of that. Calico, you're good to go. How about, Micro Center, yeah. Sorry, it's difficult to keep up with everything in chat all the time. When you had Sensorless when you're 2.4, you were 75 for both X and Y. Good to know. Happy with saying less than 100 is good with him. Let's see. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm running TMC Auto-Tune. And I wonder if by having that in there, it's overriding. And so these pins need to be changed down here. You know what I mean? Anybody else use TMC Auto-Tune? I think all of these changes happen down below. Yep. So I'm gonna comment these out up top. And then basically add them down below. I think I can get away with that. And then we'll check the docs to make sure. So we'll come in here and we'll go TMC Auto-Tune. And back to the main. Okay, so all the stuff. Interpolate is true in the config, just to confirm. Yes, right there. And that's true of that one, and that one. Good. So I did remember that. Auto-Tune. All right. So Auto-Tune can be used together with homing overrides for Sensorless. However, you must adjust this parameter specifically in that section. Attempting to make these changes via G-code or driver section will not result in an error, but will have no effect. Yep, that's our problem. This is what I mean when I say that being here solo is more challenging, because ideas like this either come to me or somebody in the chat will say a thing that'll clue me in. And so when Havoc said something about somebody else driving and forgot, I was like, oh crap, I forgot I am running auto tune and I have to make the adjustment down below. So maybe now we'll get what we need. Bring this back out for you all. Okay, so let's home X. I'll be ready on the button. X is good. Y, no movement. So more sensitive. So no changes on Y, which is strange. So maybe we go, I don't know, 30? 75-ish sounds pretty good. There was a little bit of a hard bump on the X when we homed, but not too bad. I can adjust that easily by, you know, just a couple points up or down one way. So I'm not worried about that one, but this Y just will not home. Nothing there. 75 is low. Yeah, I think maybe like 78 would be good for X, but Y still doesn't want to move at all. And so it just makes me want to put it at like 0. Or maybe even negative to force it to move somewhere. Disable auto-tune for now, get sensitivity sorted out, and sensorless homing working, and then re-enable. I thought about it, Double T. I'm more concerned that no matter what I do, Y doesn't move. You know what I'm saying? But I like your suggestion. So we'll do that. I mean, I got to be in here anyway changing things. So if I turn this back to where we were, and then I make so Y is set to 75. It should be good there. X I think we had at 75 as well, not 175. I want to say maybe 78, which we'll keep it there. So we've commented that out. Since you're using Calico, use this in the TMC auto tune section. What does that do for me? I mean, I'll put it in here and we'll play with it after, but I like what Double T is saying about commenting things and trying again later. So you've got SG4, THRS, dollar. Are these the new motor constant things? I think that's what this is. The new constants that are introduced into in Calico. I could learn how to type today. Like that. Is there supposed to be a space between 2209 and stepper? That will pull the value from the config section, so you only need to change one place. Got it. I'll save this for later. Do I need to... Is there a space in there, though? That's what I don't remember. This will be Y. Yeah, keep the space. Thanks for the confirmation. Yeah, I had read about that. I have not explored constants yet. I understand what you mean when you say it'll pull it from the other place. I do like that. So you can add additional things and not have to worry about it. I just haven't played with it very much. Okay, so we are set to 75 on Y, 78 on X. I think that makes sense. This tuning process gets a little, I don't know, annoying over time. One of the downsides of running sensorless homing. Definitely more of a fan of end stops, but on a machine like this, you could maybe get away with it by adding 2 end stops to the carriage somewhere and then running the The wiring with the bed wiring, it's just not as, I guess, not as clean. But we can look into modifying that. Okay, where are we at? Back here. That's home X. Too sensitive on X, so maybe 78 was too much. Y still does not move. But it's homed, so if I move it with the jog tool, it does move. So I'm getting trons. Probably just need to go more low on stepper Y here. Instead of 75, let's see what 25 gets us. So I can confirm that it's moving in the correct direction. We figured out the stuff. X is a little too sensitive. We'll fix that one. It's homing without even moving. Go lower on Y. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. So we'll do X. Y. Nothing. If I home Z, definitely tries to move. Although this data error here, I've got to figure out. I wonder if, let me see something. I think when we replaced the config with yesterday's to try to check the thing. Yeah, I can check the in-stop status. It's probably behind the picture here. So everything is triggered right now. We say do an in-stop check to make sure it's not triggered. It is triggered, so you want me to do a pull-up. Okay. I think I did that yesterday, and then when we swapped configs earlier, like we copied and pasted yesterday's config to make sure that things weren't messed up, I think it probably got overwritten. I had a lot more things set up than I do right now. PD sensor, where are we at? So this is offset by 25 in the positive direction. I do know that. Yeah, so all of this was, yeah, so it looks like I need to, dang it. Yeah, I lost all of my Z calibration stuff. Okay, let's take X back up a little bit. It's a little bit too sensitive right now, so we'll take this up to 76. And then Happy, you're saying you have your jumper on your board set. Yes. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure that we've set the jumpers where they need to be. I mean, but we were doing a lot of swapping around, so. Oh my gosh. Happy for the win. We do not have jumper set there. Yep. Such a smart man. Hive mind for the win. Yep, so I did not put those sensorless homing jumpers on for X and Y. So I need to do that. Where is my... We'll shut her down. I'm gonna take you guys over here. And this is a little bit longer. I know we're going over the 3-hour mark. I also know that Steve is streaming, so if you prefer to watch Steve and support that guy, I support you supporting him. Did that, shut down, turn it off. Laying it on its side, I like to move the bed out of the way so we don't strain those cables too much by pressing on the table. from here, gonna hold the Z tight and try to keep things from rocking. So get it on this front leg like so. And I can move the Z jumper from where it was to the Y axis where there was none. So that makes sense. So X and Y are good now. We've got the jumper in place. Make sure you change that, or you're going to stress test that PLA. Yes, I am tracking. This PLA is high temp, rigid PLA though. Happy? We should be fine. No problems. No problems. Make sure we got it in frame. And then once this boots, I'll jump back in there and do that. But I do appreciate the reminder. Yeah, when we swapped motors earlier and moved everything down to an open port on motor 4, I did not swap the jumper back to the sensorless pin on motor 1, which is what we're using for connection. Come on, baby. Probably don't need that. I do probably need to go through this again. After we get through all of that, I've already got these changes in there. This is what needs to happen next. And this S1 tells me that the sensor is working. The S2 gets a value, and that's how it sets Z. And then from there, you calibrate it with this command, and then it saves all of the stuff. You could check success by using that one, and then you're good to go. So the BD sensor was actually pretty easy to set up once I figured out that I was connected to the wrong pins. All right, back alive. Let's see if we can change our pin on the Y-axis. We went to 25. We're going to start at 100. This is sort of middle of the road. Okay, so that's good. X is at 76. That's good. Z is what Z is. Should be positive direction, false, negative, and then we should be negative in Y. So I need to add this to Y as well. Save and reset. Okay, let's see if we can get it to move in home. Are you guys able to see? Okay. Homing X. I don't know what happened there, but oh, because we're already at the limit. Well, let's try that again. I already moved it over all the way, so there was nothing for it to home from. And then we can move the Z down a little bit there. Okay. Home X works pretty good. Y, we need to invert Y, but that actually 100 worked very well for that. We just need to make it go the other way. So Y, stepper, invert. Save and reset. Bingo! That's right, double T. I'm glad somebody else is excited. This is how this works for me. You guys just don't see it behind the scenes all the time. It is trying one thing after another, and just slowly making progress over hours at a time. I mean, we've been trying to get this thing to move for 3 hours and 10 minutes and 37 seconds. And it finally got it moving. So that's good. I just didn't have the time last night to do this. I was already up late getting the wiring done. Now I think we need the Z axis to work properly. So let's do home X. Yep, so that's not X. And that's not Y. Ah, look at that. We got it going the wrong way again. All right, so I'm gonna undo my last change. We're gonna put that inversion back on here. That way things are moving the way they should. And then we'll make this different so that it can be what it needs to be. Boys, it's getting hot in here. It's already 92. Invalid. Oh, well, we'll do it this way. Almost. Can't do that yet. Okay. So that's fine. Bring this down a little bit. Let's see if Y is going right. Yeah, it still homes to the back. And if I invert it, it swaps the axes. And now X is too sensitive. Oh, that's frustrating. So do I need to swap both? And then put the pins back to where they were? Did you set the in-stop position for Y? Yeah? This one? Position in-stop? Maybe we take it away? Because you don't need that with Sensorless? I mean, but X has it as well. Sensorless homing is fun. Yes, I agree. This is exactly why you stay away from it. Yep. It can be a challenge, but we're also getting through, like, they're not even homing in the correct direction. So that's a thing. And so when they don't home in the correct direction, position in stop will override the homing direction. Got you. We'll do this. I'm glad that Nathan is paying attention because I am burned out. So here we go. It's got to be specified. All right. So, I mean, but even so, like, it's set to be on the low side, not the high side. And then for Y, it's the same. Like, you need it, and it's set to home to the low side. Wondering. You had that problem on a Varn. You had to physically swap AB motors. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We've swapped them several times. I think I need to take these back to X like they originally were. Just keep going back and forth on doing things. Y and Y. We have, in firmware at least, physically swapped the motors. Let's get this all centered up. Z-axis down. It's bah, like a sheep on a barn. Yeah, so BA. Yeah, so B motor would be your left rear motor. A motor is your left right motor. We don't have a left and a right on this one, and it's a different sort of 4XY. So I don't know which is which. I don't know which is B motor or A motor. Chase the ghost so you casually swap the wires. Yeah, this will be one of those things that I figure out at 10:30 tonight. I don't know that I have much more stream left in me, guys. It's just getting way too hot out here. It's already 92 and it's only been 30 minutes, so we went from 88 to 92. Looks like an H-bot, technically not a Core XY. That might be more correct. Look at the printer from the side to figure it out. I mean, but what if I look at it from the side? Is this the front and this the back, or is it the other way around? Because again, it's not the tool head that's moving, it's this. So is it upside down and backwards? Raid into Steve builds? I don't know that I'm allowed, Ken Davis, to raid into people yet. We'll get there. I'll have you guys try to guide me into it if folks are smart on how to raid into other folks. If you could teach me, I would love that. But I don't know that I'm big enough to be able to do that. Either way. Okay, so X is correct now. Y is correct now. That's what it was. We needed to swap. Cybertech, you win the imaginary spool of filament part 2. It went to Steven Machado earlier. It goes to you right now. So now it is homing like it should. It is stopping like it should. Sensorless homing is working like it should. I need to get this Z-axis good to go here. So first things first, take you back over to these docs. I know that the screen is sort of blocking some of that. Thanks for cheering for us, Nathan, being the cheerleader today. Move that a little bit so you can see what's going on. Okay. Clean the nozzle. It's clean. It's never printed. Move it till it just touches the bed plate. This is the 0 position. There is no need for Z offset, which is why the value is okay. So I need to, let's see, let's take this back to Z home. It's going to move to where it needs to be, and then it's going to error, but that's okay. And then I need like a set kinematic position. I can do it. I can do it. Okay. I'm not worried about that for now. I want this to just touch the bed. Bring you over here for a second. With this on here, I need to make this go up. This is how I did it yesterday. I had to like physically move the wobble X up, which is great protection for crashes, right? Because it's just gonna disconnect itself. Moving this down to touch without losing those balls in there are crazy. That needs to go down quite a bit. Being as gentle as possible to try not to knock those steel balls off of pins. It's one too far. That's good right there. It's about as far down as I can go, and then we have to make a mechanical adjustment. Yeah, so this whole piece needs to move down a little bit more. That's the good thing about this kind of reminds you of the stone wool printer at Murph. I mean, I guess a little bit. You're talking like the gantry, right? And Havoc, I spent a lot of time talking with Nathan at Rocky Mountain about it. He's a really good dude. He and I chat quite a bit on Discord about that project. Physically moving this down. That messed up. It was too much sauce. Get that realigned again. All right. Be gentle. Be gentle. Okay. Try to keep pressure down on this while gently sliding that down to touch. Probably loosen this a little bit. Yeah? Yeah, if you're not in the Stone 3D Discord and checking out that project, you're missing out. That's when that thing releases, it's going to be a really awesome machine for folks. Nathan really spends a lot of time getting that thing dialed in to where it needs to be and trying to release it as a a small business. Okay, so that is where it needs to be. It is touching the bed. The nozzle is just touching the bed. It's not pressed into the PEI or anything like that. And then we'll cinch it down. So for me, my Z-axis is a little bit taller. There was a mistake in the original CAD drawing for this, and it had the 2040 extrusion a little bit longer than it should be. It's since been updated, but I already had my stuff. So realistically, all I need to do is just move my carriage up and down the 2020 here to get it where it needs to be. So right now, that's exactly where it should be. The Duender just had its first steps. Yay! Yay! Congratulations. My necklace is getting all twisted around here. All right, so here, and then we're gonna run. They have us do an M102 S-1, and then I've got no data. What is happening? Just checking on some cables. I'm seeing a white light, which tells me that the thing is triggering. Let's pull X and Y first. Okay. Why are you doing that to me? Nothing there. I'm seeing a white light inside. If I move this bed up, it does trigger. I'm watching it happen. But for some reason, it doesn't want to read the BD sensor. So, first thing I'm gonna do is just check connections again. I'm about done screwing with this printer for now. Starting to get hungry and hot. Okay, so the connection is seated just fine. It was sensing last night. I had no issues with this portion. Let me check config. We do have BD sensor stuff in here. Oh, that's what it is. These are not the right pins. Again, when we swapped firmware, dang it. Okay. When I copied my config over from the other place, it still got the wrong pins in there. I'm gonna open. You're not gonna see this, but it's fine. Open behind the scenes the manual for the M5P, and we'll update those pins. There, those two pins. They should be, if I do this correctly. All right, they should be PC13 and PC15. So this one here is not connected to the Nighthawk anymore. It's PC13. And this one, actually, I do have them backwards. So this is PC13. This one should be 15. And that's according to the manual here. That sounds right. And 25, save and restart. And I'm going to try to move the Z-axis down. See these freaking stupid balls. Double T, if you're still here, I need that WobbleX fix quick, because otherwise I'm gonna throw this thing out the window. These stupid balls don't want to be where they're supposed to be. All right, good to go. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, no problem, Nathan. Thanks for helping out. You've been a huge help all day. Biggest cheerleader. That is so necessary. Okay. Can I do... What is that set kinematic position thing? Set kinematic position clip. Okay, here we go. So we can do... what have you been? You've been super helpful too. I was gonna thank you at the end of this, like I always do. I thank all of you for being here. So let's do that. We'll add that over to here and remove all of that stuff. So that should allow me to home everything and then also move down the Z-axis to be able to touch the bed. So we're moving at a 1 millimeter increment, and that's right on top of the bed. So it really was like 1 millimeter. I go 0.1 up. Okay. Right there, it's on the bed. So that is the point that we need to be to do this next command, which is the M102. So M102 S1. Let's see if it's talking. Hey, there it is. It's talking. You're a cheat leader. That's okay. Cheat leaders are okay. And hopefully you're learning something. So if you are, then it's a win. That's exactly what these streams are supposed to be, is to share information and not gatekeep at all. Next one we do is M102. That's going to do sort of like a bounding box, and it's going to move up higher and higher as it's reading to be able to calibrate itself. So to show you that, you may not even be able to see it, but we'll put the frame on the printer anyway, and then we'll run this command. So that's showing 0. And that's what we want. Next one is S6. So next one we'll do S6, and that should do the change, the bounding. There we go. So it's moving up by 0.1, which you may not even be able to detect, but it's going to move 0.1 all the way up to 4 millimeters. So it took that initial Z-axis reading with the nozzle touching the bed, and then it's moving up by 0.1 until it gets to 4 millimeters, and then it like sets all this stuff. Almost done. Couple more to go. It's going to give us a readout on the terminal over here about what these numbers should be. So I'll show you what that looks like, just in case you happen to do this yourself. All these numbers here, these are the measurements. I don't know what the first number means. I think that's like the sensitivity or whatever, but it gives you a bunch of readouts on the stuff. So the idea is you go back and you review this, and following along with the documentation, it says that afterwards you could check success by typing M102S5. So we'll do that, M102S5, and the readout says all of these. It basically gives you a copy of the data that it took. All right, which will return the original calibration data. Okay, from here the homing speed of the Z-axis is best at 5. I believe ours is. I haven't changed anything. We'll verify Z-axis homing. This one, I believe, 5. Z homing speed 5. The first raw calibration is, so if it is higher than 400, it means the sensor is too high. Our initial calibration was, going back to the console, it looks like it was 206, which is good. Even, you know, at 0.1 it was at 230, so that's within the 400. The recommended value for the first data is 100. Ours is higher than that. It's at 206. So maybe that sensor can come down like, I don't know, 0.2 millimeters or something. Make sure that the second value is more than 10 greater than the first data. Okay, so second value, this one here needs to be great, at least 10 more than the first one, and it is. It's 24 more, so we should be good there. Other than spacing it down by a hair, I don't know that there's any value in making any other changes. So that looks all good to me. I'll come back in here, and what does it tell me to do for flipper here? Let's see. How to use. Add collision homing, collision calibrate to the sensor. Okay. So setting these to 1 to enable homing with the nozzle. So this is like kind of like beacon tap or beacon touch, excuse me, beacon touch, where it kind of goes around and touches the bed and gets a sense of what is what. So if I set it to 1, it'll enable that. Sensitivity depends on speed. Slower the speed, the higher the sensitivity. Need to adjust the Z-axis. Homing and second homing should be in the range of 2 to 5. Okay. So homing, second homing should be in the range of 2 to 5. I think 3 is in the middle. So we'll do 3. And then this collision stuff should be set to 1. I don't even have that in here. Collision homing and collision count. I will put that over there so it doesn't stretch off the page. All right, set it to 1 to enable auto calibrate. We'll do that. And then set it to 1 to enable homing with nozzle sense. We'll do that. And get rid of this middle piece, whatever that is. Set it to 1 to enable with nozzle disable by 0. This means we do not need to manually move the nozzle on the bed and do paper test before sending that. Okay. Z reference. All right. Position max is whatever it's going to be. Homing speed, I think, is 5. That's what we had it. Back up here. 5. Homing speed 5. Second homing is 3. Yep. And then retract is 5. Speed is 2. So retract 5, speed is 2. That looks like D-hop. I have BD sensor, speed 3. This only works for the Z-tilt and the probe accuracy. We're not doing either of those. Maybe I don't need it, but it's there. Speed here needs to be... And if I don't need it, I'm just going to comment that. Okay. Horizontal Z move is 1 and 0 reference position. Horizontal move is 1. My 0 position is there. It's in the middle of the... And it says test homing. Okay. Let's save all these changes. Then we'll see if we're allowed to home. Still got 25 folks here. Hopefully this is what we need. If we are successful, I feel good about ending stream. Okay. So, we'll get a good shot. Take it back to the printer. And now we will home all. X is good. Y is good. Comes back to the center. Z homed. Look at that. And it homed the second time. And are you going to give me a home? Okay, so it's bouncing. It's really trying to figure out all the things. So it's imperceptible on screen, but it is bouncing down until it touches. So it did the reverse of the test that we did the first time. Sweet. And here's what I'm seeing in the console over here. So all these additional values started popping out over here. So the BD value is now at that. And it measured the bed temp at 31C, which is about right for the temperature in this room right now. Cool, what do we do next? So nothing. Please send about 10 G28Z commands and then check whether the data on the console is stable after it's sent. I can do that. So while that's happening though, I think I will start wrapping up the stream. Make this a little bigger. It's so small, I don't know you guys can see it happening anyway. But I'm gonna run a few Z homes here to make sure that things are good to go as directed. So it homes twice. I'll try to describe to you what it's doing. It homes twice, and then it starts baby stepping itself down until it touches the bed and senses a steel sheet. I would say that is success, folks. So it sounds like, if I'm listening to myself, sounds like Z homing is going to take a little bit longer each time you do it, but you're getting a more accurate home. And I just realized this plate is like offset anyway. There we go. This is a super cool printer. Thanks, Mitsubishi Makes. You make super cool videos. I love the stuff you're doing on like the Rook and what's the other one? Simple Core Legacy. Love it, dude. Great videos. I'm gonna follow in your footsteps eventually. If you haven't tried out this BD sensor thing that we're running on this, fantastic so far. You just got to connect it to the right pins. Hey, good morning, GTR Dad. You guys are getting here super late, like 3.5 hours into it. Move out of range. I wonder if we need to increase the Z offset a little bit. Where's that force kinematic thing I had? Not that one. Not that one. You had a horrible morning. Getting old sucks. Yeah, my morning was pretty low-key. Usually Sundays are sort of a chill day for us. We try to get everything done on Saturdays, so Saturdays are usually very stressful. But you know, Sundays are pretty chill. I get to come out here and hang out with you all, so it's good to go. Hey, nowhere, you could be as late as you want to. There's no requirement for anyone to ever show up to this thing. Rewatch, yeah. So as soon as it gets published, you'll be able to rewatch. So you can see the ant printer. Yeah, so we're back to measuring 4.8. I think that initial couple calibrations might have been wrong just because the bed was... so there are two M3 screws that serve as pins for the bed plate, and it was up on top of one of those pins, so I think that initial calibration was probably incorrect. I may end up going back and doing that, but this one looks fine. Coming out with similar values each time it does it, right around 4.8. Yeah, so last time was 4.8. This time is sorry, 0.48. This time is 0.47, which is good. All right, I have not tuned E steps at all, but I feel like I want to print something. I don't have any filament ready. I did print a fancy schmancy little filament roller here. It looks like a race car. It probably could be if you turn it upside down. But yeah, that is printed in the same gray ABS, Polymaker gray ABS as that stuff. Or actually, this might be Ambrosia gray. Either way, put that there. I don't know how we come up and over, but we've got a retention detail for some PTFE tube that I also don't have installed. We've not done E-steps or anything, so I don't know that I've even tuned the slicer. I think I added it to Orca, but I have not done any of the setup on it. It's literally just, here's a tube. I can use this. I got a piece of PTFE here. That goes in there. It's intended to sort of clip into this detail. That is tight. It doesn't want to clip in there. Maybe I need to look at redesigning that or something. No, but I'm gonna do it so we have a long tube here. Oh boy. Okay. There it goes. We got it in there eventually. So that's a thing. I'm gonna eventually. So this is the power supply. I think you can see that on screen. Right behind the chat window, we got the power supply. My ultimate goal is to take something like this, adapt it onto there, so that I can just use this as my filament holder. I've got a little bit of, let's say, do we want pink or do we want green? What do you guys think? GTR Dad, what's your favorite? Pink or do you want green? Pink will stand out on camera. We got some of this. It's they say it is what color is this? Magenta, but it is bright pink. All right, so this is probably not going to stay on this spool. GTR Dad, just for you, we're going pink. Let's trim the end of this. I really didn't intend to go this long and get to this point. Real men print pink. Hey Kitchell, if you remember, I was printing pink at the Rocky Mountain. I definitely like pink and purple colors. I'm a girl dad anyway, so I get a lot of that, but I don't know if this spool holder is going to work out exactly like I want it to. I'm just unclip this because we got to figure out a better plan for that. This is impromptu. All right, so that goes all the way in. Let's start heating up things. Let's make this, let's call it one. It's bed temp is already at 43 and we haven't even started heating it yet. Let's take it to 65. Sorry, no, that's not the bed. Bed's at 32. I looked at the wrong number. All right. This should be... I'll give it one click here. That should be all you need for rigid filament like PLA is just one click. If you had something that's a little more flexible, you go 2 clicks, and if you have TPU, you go 3 clicks. Very bright. Yeah, it is very, very bright. Okay. So Z is homed. Let's take it up. I don't want filament coming straight out directly into the bed. Just move that up a little bit there. I've only got a little bit of slack left in this cabling. Let's see how far we can go before we get too tight. I'll probably take some of the bend out of this and increase that a little bit, pushing that through, so we can adjust some of the zip ties and get there. But my Z motor cable is a little bit short. That's on me. That's about all I want to do. So right now I'm getting about 60 millimeters on Z height for this thing. That is specifically because my Z motor cable is a little bit short. I was using an offcut from a different cable. The bed is at temp, or sorry, the hot end is at temp. So let's see if we can extrude a little bit. Let's take 50 millimeters and extrude it. I can hear it. Definitely hear it. I don't see any gears turning though. Like these gears should be turning on the LGX and it's not. I wonder if we need to up the amperage a little bit on the motor itself. So right now the extruder motor, the current is at 0.6. I wonder if that's enough. It's not pushing through. We'll try it by hand here. So it looks like it tried to go down. The end of this is melted, sort of. Let's see if I can push it through, and then if I can push it through, we'll play with some of the amps on the motor itself and see if that works. Just heating it back up. All right, let's go at 10 and extrude. So I can see the gears turning here. This is not allowing me to push it through. I wonder if it's just like an alignment thing. It got stuck on the PTFE or whatever. Because it just doesn't want to go into the... Have I got both value in the config ratio? I don't. No, I don't. I can show you. There's for the extruder, we've got just rotation distance. Yeah, gear ratio is deprecated. I also know this should be 8. So that's another one of those changes that I forgot to do. Save and restart. But I still think that it's just not going down into the hot end like it should. Let's go back to 180 here. Turning out to be a little bit longer of a stream today. I really do need to terminate. I'm just so excited. May it just be blocked? It could be, but it's never been used. I think it might just be blocked by like a misaligned PTFE or something. I don't really know. I can't really do anything about it without taking the entire hot end apart. I don't want to do that on stream because we'll be here another 2 hours. I would have to take all the fans off. I got to take the hot end off. I got to take the extruder off. Not as simple as just removing a thing. Yeah, it's definitely just blocked it, but I don't know what's in there blocking it. That's the issue. Can I use a pin? Moving the whole tool head down. So let's do set kinematic position again. You had a problem once with an LGX when fixing bolts were too long and came through and caught the spur gears. That could be a thing. I just saw them turning though, so I'm not worried about that one necessarily. And I can take all the gear, all of these side bolts out for a sec. So just loosening them off. And that should alleviate what you are talking about. I just saw them moving though. I didn't hear anything grinding or clicking. Right now, it's literally things won't go down into the tool head, or sorry, into the hot end. So, oh, there it goes. We got it. So I think just a little bit of misalignment there. But it just let go, whatever it was. Might have been a bit of hot end debris. Now the filament won't go in. What if we cut it this way? Yeah, it's like the filament just doesn't want to align. Good news. Maybe filament got stuck somewhere. High temp force it all out. We could. We can go up on temp here. Let's take it to 225 from 180. I felt this metal pin get down to where I wanted it to be, but this is a rigid item that I can sort of move around and get it to where it should be, right? And so I felt that go a little further than I could before. The filament is not as rigid. I'm trying to straighten it out as best as I can. Let's see, I can see pink stuff on there, so maybe a piece of filament did break off that first go. But it still doesn't want to go down into the hot end. So I don't know why that's the case. Ow, shit, that's hot. It makes me wonder if I forgot to put the PTFE tube in there. And I can't be that bad. Or PTFE is too short. It could be that too. I'm very confident that I did several assemblies measuring as I went to get the right length. So I know for sure that I made the tube. Did I keep it installed through multiple disassemblies is the question. I'm on you. So it's like it's flattening out the end of the tip here. But I can get this pin in there, which is crazy. But even then I gotta move the pin around and it goes to the bottom of the thing. I just can't see down in there enough to no, so let me see if I can put a light on it. And there's just too much stuff in the way to be able to know for sure. I'm going to have to take this apart, I believe. Because either there's no PTFE, it's too short, or it is, I don't know, warped in some way. If you have a larger wrench, use it as a guiding rod while you tighten everything down. Larger wrench? What do you mean? Tighten what down? You'd have to elaborate on that, Valley Bars. I don't understand what you mean. Got it. There it goes. And we can see filament coming out. Chamfered tube. Yeah, so I chamfered a tube. I just happened to look over as we were talking about it and saw some PTFE on the desk over here. And so that made me think maybe I did forget it after all. I don't know. I'm not seeing the piece that I modified for this project, but we got it. So that tells me there's a misalignment in there somewhere. It's either the PTFE is non-existent or the PTFE is moved or tweaked in a way. So maybe it's just a touch too long. I'll tear this apart after and we'll see what happens. Okay, so that's in. One click. Let's re-secure this because I don't think screws are the problem. Stick an Allen wrench down the extruder and into the hot end and use it to keep everything straight. Yeah, that's what this pin is for. So this pin I was using, this is a steel pin. That's exactly what I use it for. So I do that to make sure everything is straight as I assemble. But good tip. You're absolutely right. If you don't have one of those pins, you can certainly use an Allen key, as long as it's smaller than the diameter of the filament you intend to use. Okay, so that's in there. It's got one click on the extruder. Let's see if we can extrude stuff now. We're at 225. Extrude. There it goes. Are you guys seeing it? Heck yeah. And that's melting really good too. Look at that pile. That melted really good. All right, let me wipe down the plate here. I've been touching it all day. Give the plate a little wipe down. We'll zoom you in a little bit. We'll see if we can print. Right back. Just grab some IPA. Okay. So then we'll just give that a good little wipe. So I have not tuned anything on the extruder. Keep that in mind. We haven't tuned a profile. We haven't printed literally anything. Hey, thanks for the cheering, Valley Bars. That's makes me feel good too. I wish I felt the same. This has been a labor of love for the last couple days. Okay, I'm going to let's see. Let's do subtract 1 millimeter so that we're not oozing all over the place. That, and then I'll take you to I need to open the slicer, so let me have a second here. Actually, I have to install this. So in the meantime, let's talk about it. What do you guys want to talk about? We can get the bed heated up here to 65. And that's working. I heard the cooling fan come on. Just tied to the heater. What hot end? Yes. These project supports a Bamboo Lab hot end. It supports Rapido, Mosquito, and Revo. And Tea Kettle is in there as well. Trying to think. I think you would have to modify anything else. So if you wanted to use a Dragon, you'd probably have to make one, but it's pretty simple. Just relocate the 4 holes on the hot end mount to the location that you want them to be, and as long as everything is in line with where the PTFE comes through with the extruder, you're fine. So designing something is really easy. Speaking of designing, Boothie helped me out a lot. These are some of the ducts, some of the iterations that we went through. I wanted to add LEDs to them, and I am not that great or that fast at doing CAD, so it would have taken me 2 weeks to design these little lumps that go on the fan ducts here. But Boothie helped me out with designing these, and I have not had time to get the LEDs working. That's, you know, lipstick for the pig, so we'll do that behind the scenes. But these are the new ducts. Nothing has changed other than this detail to add a couple LEDs. So thanks to him for that mod. Everything is up to temp. Let's see how we're doing on the install here. There you go. So I can't see where the install went. I have to close so many windows. Okay, we got it. Taking over to Slicer. All right, so this is what I set up earlier. Can add LEDs and fix Z-wire all in one go. What hot end are you running? Yes. I could do Z motor at the same time, extend it maybe like, I don't know, 25, 30 centimeters or millimeters, and that'll work. And then do LEDs at the same time. But LEDs go up to the tool head, so those will be connected to the Nighthawk. Words escape me right now. So let's slice up a benchy. See what happens here. I need a handy model. Let's do a little benchy, because why not? And I think I'll just leave everything stock. I don't know that I need to change much here. And I need to add in the Wi-Fi info. So it's going to be this. One does. Works okay, done. And an hour. That's not going to work. 34, that makes sense to me. We're going to make this 65 because that's what we're set to. We'll make this one 215 is what I like. And then under cooling, we're not going to slow down. Heat fans 100% all the time. We'll make this 0 to get cooling all the time. And we'll scrap this. 41 minutes? I'm not hanging out for 41 minutes. We got to make it faster than that. What are we doing for speed? We go. Thanks for all that. There we go. 28 minutes? That's not terrible. I don't know that we'll see it finished. We'll get it printing, and in the meantime, we can chat about things and stuff. Let's see if it works. Upload and print. Let's get a big white screen. There we go. It's a little slow. All right, so temp on the hot end is dropping to 215. I have not set up the print start macros like I normally would either. They're very, very basic. Basically, the printer homes. And then it goes to a point, and then it starts. So that's it. Yeah, I got you. I'm taking you back to the printer itself. I just wanted to show you what the macros look like. Let's spin this around a little bit. So the very downward angle here is going to prevent you from getting up close. Well, we'll get a few layers down, and we'll see how it goes. We'll take a seat for the first time today. Looks like it is heating up. Trying to keep an eye on the clipper window as well. Imagine it works first try. Yeah, that is not how this channel works. Nothing works the first try. Like right now, it's measuring the distance to the bed in that homing procedure I was telling you about. Pull that little bit of filament off of there. So it looks like that was successful, and then it goes to a point. It's trying to print, but the nozzle is not primed. So it's not printing anything right now. There it goes. It's starting now. So I want to say like that very first little bit of an outline did not even really work. So this first layer is going to be trash. But that's all. Yeah, it definitely needs a purge macro. It probably needs camp set up on it. It didn't even bed mesh before we started. But it is printing. Probably a little close, so I'm gonna give it some baby stepping. I realize you guys can't really see it. And for that, I'm sorry. We'll see it here in just a second. Nozzle was just a little bit too close, so I gave it a 0.01 of an offset. Here we go. Now we're picking up speed. That's crazy. This never happens to me, guys. I never get it printing in the first go. Like, there's always something. That's wild. But it is definitely printing. That's crazy. Speaks to the quality of the build. Cody, yeah, you haven't seen some of my other builds, man. Like some of the other ones, like this one back here, right? This inertia cube. It had really bad layer shifting on it last time that I had built it. I still don't understand why, but I do know that it's functionally fine. Like, it's not a firmware thing, I don't think. I still haven't been able to solve that. So we'll see. Need to put this in a place. Probably need to zip tie that somewhere. But yeah, she's going. Actually not terrible cooling either. I think we probably do with dropping down a couple degrees. It is pretty warm in the garage right now. So if I drop the temp by 5. Starting to see a little bit of curling on the bow there. So it tells me the cooling isn't what it needs. She's working, ladies and gentlemen. This is also like the generic speed profile that I'm using as well. So just going through some of the numbers. The first layer is at 70. First layer infill is at 105. Your outer wall is 250. Inner wall, I'm sorry, outer wall is 200. Inner wall 250. Sparse infill and solid is at 1,000. So it's maxed out. Accelerations are at 10,000. And that's it. Not the most beautiful benchy, but it'll do. It only took us 4 hours to get here. But you guys will see a lot more of this machine as the week goes on. I plan to play with it over the next couple of days and nights, creating some short form content and see how fast we can push it. I think what I like about it the most is that it's relatively quiet. Like the motion system doesn't rattle at all. Everything sounds very rigid. All the rails on it are Z2 preload, so that probably helps with the rattling. There still needs to happen some input shaping and some filament tuning. And so far, so good. After you get through the initial challenges. Good proportions for short form video. You were here for the boat. We're all here for the boat. We're all here for the boat. If you guys don't mind getting a little bit seasick, we can move the camera just a touch. I apologize if you're sensitive here. This thing's gonna drop. Hands in the way. Here we go. Try to move the camera down so you get just a slightly better angle on this. Slightly better. That's about the best I'm able to do for you all. Hopefully I didn't get people too sick. Adjust the... Go. There's a pink boat on there. And Boothie, your fan ducts came out great. I think once I put LEDs in there, it's gonna have the perfect angle to be able to see stuff. Because right now it's already pretty open. You got a pretty clear shot towards the hot end right now. And then putting LEDs on there is just gonna illuminate it a little better. Actually not even required, right? I can see pretty clearly what's going on. But a little bit of extra light on the print would not hurt. There's enough clearance on everything so far as well. So good job to you. For some reason you want to lay it on his back and have it print at a 90-degree angle. I think you could design it that way if you really wanted. You'd really need some good bed adhesion though. Cody, it's not my toolhead design. No, sir. This is all part of the same project. So Cam and Dan are the designers or the developers of this project. They've been working on it together for a while. And this is version 3 of that design. I got to see all 3 versions at Rocky Mountain this year and really convinced them to allow me to jump in and build one. I really wanted to. So to their credit, they went home pretty quick and unlocked a GitHub, threw a bunch of resources on there, and I immediately started collecting stuff to build one. And they've been really, really helpful in giving me tips for the build and suggestions for this and that. Now that I know that this config works for the M5P, I plan to... Hi, wife! How are you? Thanks for the sub. Did you miss me that much? You had to come on stream and talk to me? We got it working. Look, it's working. It only took the last 4 hours and 15 minutes. Looking for a nice portable printer. Yes, you missed me. You can call me in like 20 minutes. I think this thing will be done pretty fast. Were you trying to text me and I didn't answer you? Yeah, I see it. I got your text. Yeah, we're making stuff, Martin. Finally, we're making little boats as fast as possible. I'm a little bit feeling like you knew I was streaming. Yeah, I didn't mean to go this long. Like, I should have been done over an hour ago, but we were so close to being done that I just decided to go a little bit longer. I think too, if we added on this front extruder, I'm sorry, this front motor and the rear motor, we added like a little cage to add on some double shear. You could probably get some higher belt tension out of this and run some GT3 belts. Be able to pull some higher speed. But at some point it's a trade-off because the bed apparatus is pretty heavy. Oh, hi. Just saying hello. Hi. Make sure you like and subscribe. And then get your brother and his kids to like and subscribe. But Cody, one thing about the hot end, the weight, like I was talking about earlier, doesn't really matter. So using an extruder like this LGX would normally not give you great input shaper graphs because the mass of swinging that tool head around would really mess up your input shaper. But on something like this with a static tool head that's only moving a couple points of a millimeter inside of a vertical axis, like the tool head weight matters much less. So you could run larger fans if you needed more cooling. I really want to try out some 80 millimeters, or maybe even worse, we try like some 120s or something. I got some really crazy motors down here, but you could do that. You could run a higher static pressure fan on the hot end. You could run long hot ends, short hot ends. Doesn't really matter. So that's why this is considered, for me, at least a test rig. I could swap motors out. I can swap hot ends out. I can swap extruders, fans, and then the core of the machine down low in the electronics box all stays the same. You could run CPAP. You absolutely could. And you're not worried about that hose flopping around. So if you had something that sort of branched out this way and provided a dual duct, that would look pretty crazy. But you could do it. Do I use a 0.2 Bernard? I don't. This is a 0.4 CHT. So it's a high flow nozzle. It's running a 60 watt heater, I think, maybe a 70 watt. I can't remember. Basically a Rapido. With flow. So I don't know what the max is. That's one of the tests I need to do, is to figure out max flow and tune out some pressure advance and that kind of stuff. Will add me back in the corner. Let's check on the status here, see what we're doing as far as time. So it's saying 36% completed. I don't know if that's accurate. Oh, love you. Bye. Good to see you, or you see me, I guess. Thanks for swinging in and liking the stream. It helps. So about 37% done on this one. And probably not accurate, but I'm seeing speeds flash up of roughly 250 or so. Take you over here and show you what I'm seeing real quick. And I can add in I'll add the other camera here in a second. But why are you stuck over there? Anyway, let's go over here then. Only seeing Orca. Yeah, tracking. I thought it was going to show you the same page, but it's not. So here's that page now. So it'll only show Chrome. It won't show the device page in Orca Slicer. But it's getting... Expand this out. I'm seeing 200 on speed at some points. So 110. Flow rate is one of these that I don't remember. I swear it showed flow rate in here, but I guess not. Must have been dreaming. Here it is. Acceleration roughly 6,000 is what it's doing. Track is 35. Saw 242. Yeah. Drop that away. So there's definitely some tuning to be done as far as accelerations and all that stuff. But I'll get to all of that once I get down into input shaping and pressure advance and extrusion multipliers and all that stuff. We'll get it there. I kind of do want to turn it up a little bit and see what happens. So let's turn this to like 125. Now that we're past the, the big part of the cooling, which doesn't look too great on the bow, from what I can tell. Yeah, 224 on speed, I just saw. 304 on speed, I just saw. That could be just from travel moves, right? That doesn't mean print speed. For flow, this is what we were looking for that I couldn't find. I'm seeing up to about 19 and a half on the flow for this small part. A 12, a 15, 30 for a second there. Ken Davis, I agree, man. It's a pretty cool little printer. Probably not great for being your only printer. May want to have several. If this is your only printer, I would use it to make other printers. So it would be great for printing Voron parts. So you could print every Voron part except for maybe skirts on this. You could probably print most of the other components that you would need to build a larger printer on something like this. And if you plan to print with ABS, I would use ABS when you build it and then put it in an enclosure, like a cardboard box or something like that. As it sits, everything is printed with PLA, at least on my build. And so this will never see a chamber unless I reprint everything. Not in the mood to do that. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to being done on this. I mean, it's just chewing through that filament too. Could be so tiny. Thanks for the sub, Chase. That's really awesome. Thank you, sir. Had not even seen you chatting in the stream so far. So the fact that you gave a sub anyway is pretty awesome. Thank you. Trying to get to 500. That's the ultimate goal. 500. We're so close. We're about 100-ish away. So tell your friends, tell your wives, tell your spouses. I think I'm probably hitting up against like the printer limits cap. So even with that speed increase that we did a minute ago to 125%, it's still not moving as fast as it probably should. So I'm still seeing caps at 10,000. That's probably because the slicer. Hey, Armor 3D. Look what we got going, man. We got this little guy working today. Yeah, I'm streaming a little longer because we were so close. We were so close. What a real Chad. Are you talking about Armor 3D? What in the world? I know, right? Here, let me zoom out for a little bit so you can get a full shot of what this is. So it looks like a mill, right? Looks like a mill. You've got electronics down below, so everything is down in here. Forward motor. There's another motor on the backside here. We turn this a little bit. Another motor on the backside. And then the Z is here, kind of moves up and down, but the gantry is static at the back. So the bed is core XY. It's called the antithesis. Chase comes on stream, doesn't say anything, subs anyway. Hey, I'm just appreciative that he likes the content. He likes what we're talking about and what we're doing. Every sub helps. Yeah, someone was talking about taking this and sort of turning it 90 degrees. I would love to see something like that. I hope it works out. But yeah, Armor 3D, I don't know if you were at Rocky Mountain, but this was out there. This is called the Antithesis Mark III. And the two guys who were working on it and designed it had a couple of iterations out at Rocky Mountain. And through discussion with them, they decided to put it on GitHub. And so this is my build. Everything is Polymaker high temp PLA. And we're actually printing with Polymaker too. And this is really the first print. There's just a lot of struggles to get here. I did not build it on stream. I built it last week on Saturday. Everything except the tool head portion I built last week on Saturday. Yesterday, I wired up all the tool head stuff, and then you just kind of plug it in, connect the Nighthawk in, and things started going. We ran into an issue earlier where my crimping sucked on that rear motor, and it took maybe an hour and a half to figure that out. So we went through all of that, and then Sensorless homing, and tried to figure out why the bed wasn't moving in the direction it should be. So there was some inverting some pins. All that to say that we only started printing on this maybe 30 minutes ago. Gonna have to go back and rewatch the stream. It's using a Manta M5P. You could get away with a M4P or even a Raspberry, sorry, not a Raspberry, a Big Tree Tech Pico. So something that has at least 4 motors if you plan to run cabling all the way back to the board, because you're going to need one for your extruder. But otherwise, you just need an X, a Y, and a Z. And a tool head board. If you use a Pico, though, you could stack a full-size Raspberry Pi on top and really save space inside the case. But even with an M5P, I still had enough room to run the daughter board that the Nighthawk requires and the additional cables that come with that. The cool feature is it is designed to run with a BL Touch. I think BL Touch is outdated, but to each his own. Instead of using that, we put a BD sensor on it. So it's an eddy probe type sensor, and we use that instead. It uses the same cable as a BL Touch would. You connect it to the main board the same way that you would for BL Touch. And there's just a couple of little setup things you need to do. And when you flash your firmware, you have to add something in the clipper. Outside of that, oh, well, you're already familiar. Outside of the clipper setup, it was straightforward. Havoc, yeah, still going. Want to see if we get the print done, but I definitely do need to wrap it up. You're the only US reseller for it? Dude, I didn't even know that you sold it. I'll be honest, I checked out your page, I think once, your store, and that's bad on me for not supporting our fellow creators and makers. I didn't realize, and I forgot that you even had a store. So I'll make that change. I'll definitely include you the next time I'm looking around for stuff. If we end up making these as kits, what do you think about having a kit? You could be the only US reseller for this. Next time, shoot you a message when you need one. Yeah, so I got these, like, man, the one that's in this machine I bought 18 months ago, almost 2 years ago. I've had them for a while. I just didn't have the project to put them on. Almost all of my large machines use cartographer or beacon, and this is the first time I've used the BD sensor. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message, and if the project goes far enough to be able to do a kit or something like that and it makes sense and you're interested in doing it, I'll definitely reach out. Not my project though. I don't own I don't own the IP on any of this. I think this is just the first one on YouTube. I know that Double T is building one. I know that Boothy wants to. What else? There are a couple other people in the Discord channel that are in the different stages of building one. And then, of course, the designers, the original devs, they have their versions as well. So there are only a handful out there. This is less than 10, for sure. Flip the printer upside down, see if it prints. I'm sure it does, Valley Bars. Like we talked about earlier, flipping it around makes the Z-axis fall out. So until Double T and I work together to get a solution to keep the Z-axis in place, I'm hesitant to turn it upside down. Boothy's going to build one along with all the cool things he's doing. Yeah, so Havoc. Cool thing is, Boothy had those projects done a while ago. Boothy puts in a lot of time behind the scenes and makes things that you guys never see. And it's just now recently that he's decided to share those things on his channel. So he's always like working on some crazy cool contraption in the background, and will spend weeks and months working on a thing to try to develop the concept, and then captures all the content and B-roll along the way, and eventually puts out a short about it or a short form video on it. But yeah, Boothy does that all the time. Great dude. I need this to go faster. Let's up the acceleration a little bit. Let's take it to 15K. That rack and pinion printer. Yeah, that rack and pinion printer racked up some views. That thing, I think it's over like 15,000 views on that one. Something crazy like that. I don't know. Let's check out the Boothy Builds channel. For those that don't see, we'll come back to the printer. We're not going to miss anything. You should still be able to see it going. Boothy Builds, YouTube. If you guys haven't seen this, just to clue everybody in on what we're talking about. So this is Boothy's channel here, Boothy Builds. If you go to his shorts, he's got, in the last, I don't know, week and a half, he's put out these 5 shorts. And this one here's got over 18,000 views on this cantilever cross hi-fi printer. I think Steve Builds was asked about this yesterday on his members only stream, if he was going to do one of these. But you can see Boothy has several different designs and stuff. But these are the ones that he and I have discussed over the last, I don't know, year and a half or so, that he hasn't posted. So eventually he did. And I'm going to link it. And this is the one that we're talking about right now on stream. This is the rack and pinion printer. And I'll drop this in the chat while you guys are taking a peek at that. But this is what Havoc is talking about. So if you want to check it out for yourself, there's his. It'll take you right to this video, and from there you can get to his channel and check it out. So it's a pretty cool concept. He admittedly said that, you know, it's a little slow. You can't move a rack and pinion as fast as you could a linear rail or something like that. He's also using plastic gears, and so there's some interest in maybe doing like some SLM printed stuff or some actual metal ones. Maybe you'll be able to do it a little faster. I don't know, but it is definitely cool. Still uses tap, which is awesome. And just kind of made from spare parts that he had laying around. So this dude, if you're not following Boothy builds, you really should. Check out his Maker World as well. A lot of these kinds of things are posted. Yeah, not always about speed. I agree. It is cool. The printer we're looking at right now is kind of fast, but it's not really made to do speed either. It's just kind of made to prove a concept. Either way, his Boothy's Maker World is pretty amazing. He's got a lot of good stuff out there, and then also his printables. He cross posts on all the different places. So great guy, makes a lot of cool stuff. All right, let me see if I can make it go quicker. We're almost done. We're at 85%. Roughly 5 minutes left on this, so we're going to start wrapping up the stream. That said, I'm still on the hunt for what I need to do next week. Now that this guy is printing, we can consider this project done. We may do some tuning on it over the week throughout, but realistically, I'm looking for the next thing that we can do. I haven't fully decided yet. I've cranked the speed up as fast as it'll go to 200%. I think it's just getting capped at the accelerations right now, which we haven't dialed in. Bridging is not terrible. NG. I don't know that I have all the parts for an NG. I have some of the parts for an NG. I have an Ender 3. I've got nothing printed. I've got no linear rails, no linear rods, and I'm out of DIN rails as well. So other than a pile of parts and some main boards, I don't know that I have everything I need. And we talked about this. I'm going to do the other project with my Ender 3. So what I'm looking at, what I'm discussing with some other folks, I'm looking at maybe taking a peek at some older stuff. So I got a few other kind of more unique printers over there that are not hugely popular, and they've been idle for a while. They need a little bit of refresh, probably some updating, probably some cleaning up. One of them actually is it was built so long ago that it's back when we still just slapped a main board on the back of the machine, and there's like just wiring everywhere. So it's umbilical. There's no enclosure on the back of the main board, but it's super unique and it's super cool. So maybe we take a look at that, refresh that, bring that a little bit into the modern era, and see how it goes. And that's like the next build is what it would take, and kind of the thought process behind getting an older machine up to 2025 standard. In my opinion, it's just as cool as something like this. You updated a Lowsbot Mini 1. Updated it how, Kitro? Updated it how? Like swapped out mainboard and stuff? And just kind of used it on a new mainboard? Like what did you do? See, look at that. Boothy's got a few more shorts coming this week. Told you, the guy's always working on stuff behind the scenes. Just doesn't share a lot. Boothy, I think what we need is like a live stream of one of your machines, like one of those that you've been featuring over the last week and a half or so. We just need to build one of those. Older stuff is cool. I think so. I think there's some older stuff that's not cool too, though. Just about done printing that smokestack there. And Z-axis still looks good. We've got some room. Looking at the cabling there. So this rear cable is a little bit short. Printed new parts in multicolor ABS. Swapped to Duet Wi-Fi Mini 2. Did a custom tool head. Added LEDs and all that bling. Can you post a photo of that in the Discord and just tag me? I want to see this thing. Because that sounds awesome. That's the kind of stuff I like to do. Like, take something that you get for free or for, you know, 50 bucks or whatever, and then update it to standard and make it actually good. That's the part of this hobby that I really like. I like doing that more than I like printing things that are boats. And there it is. There's your pretty pink boat. I'll bring this over here and we'll take a look at it close up while things cool down and we terminate the stream here. All right, so looking at it first glance, not terrible. Stuck to the plate pretty well. Give it a little flex, comes off. It's good. And over here, we kind of, now we start to see a little bit of the issues. So this here, you see some gapping in the walls. That's probably pressure advance. Here, this is a cooling issue. So that's a pretty steep overhang, and pushing it at 225 on the temperatures as fast as we did, that is going to be an issue there. So we'll have to adjust some of that. There's a lot of noise across the print here as well, which tells me we could improve that with maybe some input shaping. What else am I seeing? I'm seeing just a touch of stringing sort of through the windows here. I don't know if that's coming up on camera, but there's just a little bit of stringing in there. So probably some filament tuning, a little bit more cooling issues back here, especially around the top. So nothing terrible, all things that we can tune in a couple of hours of messing around printing little boats. So not terrible for a 40-minute or 35-minute benchy that we just printed on a brand new printer untuned. A little bit of gapping there in the bow on that front deck. You can see some gaps in there. Same here on this portion. You can see a few gaps in there. But yeah, that's number one. Let's mark it that way. That way we can see progress. So this is number one. Done. All right, boys and girls, we're gonna call stream. Tech Ninja, good to see you, bud. Purchased a RRG i3 for 60 bucks and made it into an i3 for the most part. Did the same to a A6. I'll be honest, I don't even know what an RRG i3 is. I guess that's like a Prusa clone of some kind. I've never heard of that. I've heard of the A6. That's kind of like an Enduro 3, right? Little tuning and all good. I agree, Ken Davis. I agree. So cool. Thanks for hanging out for almost 5 hours, guys. This is probably the second longest stream I've done. I think my longest so far has been Rep Guru. Okay. I think the longest we've been on stream up to now has been 6 hours. So this is like the second longest ever. Thanks for hanging out for the duration. And if you guys haven't already, please do me a favor, like, subscribe the stream. That gets more good content coming your way, and you get to see what we build on next week. Again, I like to keep it in the more niche realm to where we're looking at stuff that maybe folks haven't seen a whole lot before, which probably explains why we always run into issues as well. We're doing stuff that is not on the mainstream. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to get a burrito. Love you all. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Have a good work week going forward. And we'll see you guys this time next week. Thanks so much for hanging out.